Hey there, folks, and welcome to the stream. My name is Noob Mechanist, and I stream games with my cats. Tonight we are going to be playing some Genshin Impact. Let's check in with the kitties real quick here. We have Ember top center. We have Sky upper left. Make sure the microphone is properly positioned for this kind of stuff. That should help. Looks like the others have left. Sammy was on my lap, clawing at me to get attention. Her murder mitts are difficult to trim. But we'll see. Let's see, more Genshin tonight. Have been working on the character loadout here. This is a notably more aggressive team than I've had. More explosions indeed, Tess. Let's see, we got that. So... Xingqiu here adds a lot of ability to proc the bloom that Nahida is setting up. Barbara is still a decent source for that, but it gives me an offensive source for that, a physical offensive source. And then Fischl, combined with some of Xingqiu's abilities, creates a surge of damage. She's also really fun.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin der Verirrt...
Because of that. She's a lot of fun because of that. She's trying very hard to be a dark princess. How you folks doing today, Lunar, Tass? Not being on fire is good. I like how she says, "Oh man, there aren't enough commissions for you to do. How about a different one?" And the act of coming to talk to her is part of the commission from a gameplay perspective. Exactly. It's one of the checkpoints on the unit test. You know, is product on fire, yes or no? Kill many goblins. Reasonable teleport point right next to another commission. Let's see, we've still got quite a ways to our next 10 pull. Need about 1,300 more. Presuming I don't get anything else.
Oz, reveal thyself!
Rain outlines your fate.
Team takes a little bit more damage this way, but also a lot more likely to punch through them fast. So it kind of balances out. I can just use Barbara to hard recover everybody if I get enough water power.
By royal decree.
Let me weave you up.
Keep forgetting to deploy Nikita first.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
No, my sword. Time to act.
Ew.
Come on, we can do it.
I try to remember to have her as my my point character because her what's it called? A lot of her attacks have grandiose names. All schemes to know and illusory heart. But all schemes to know right up front is really handy. It was another one of those mornings today where, you know, you're supposed to get up at a particular time, or at least you've scheduled to get up at a particular time, and then, you know, your alarm goes off, and you think, well, I can rest a little bit longer, and you go to set that secondary alarm, and you pass out before you hit it. Hey there, Raiders! Welcome to the channel. If you're not familiar, I am Newt Mechanist. I am mostly a variety gaming streamer here on YouTube and Twitch. I stream games with my cats. One of them is visible right there in the lower left corner. We do a casual stream here. Mostly casual. Regardless of the game being played. So if you have questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, feel free to lurk as well. Well, let's see how many kitties I can introduce you folks to. And thanks for the compliment on the model. Let's see here. The one you were seeing previously is Sky. He's in the upper left. Then Ember is snoozing top center. I can't tell which one we're seeing bottom center. Let's look. It's one of the two brothers. Looks like Sherbet there in the window. They're all little sweethearts. We're playing some Genshin Impact lately. I am only about a month into the game, and I'm actually liking it. I'm always very leery of gacha-based games. A lot of them are terrible toxic garbage. But this one's actually fun to play even without that, so neat. There we go. It's the one that's like right over there. Wait a minute. Was it? Oh, okay. Yeah, I had the wrong one. There's still a lot. Oh, is that okay, those are eggs, not treasure.
Everyone hold hands.
Ember is actually my second oldest and smallest cat. Sky is currently the oldest. Mason and Sherbet are the youngest. Sammy, who you haven't seen, she's a little tuxedo, is similar, is between Ember and Sherbet. Sammy is a ex-barn cat. It was up until she was about 1 year old that she was a barn cat. So she's still a lot more skittish and ferocious than the others.
Reveal thyself.
At the shelter where I adopted Ember from, the various helpers are the ones that determine what their names will be. And at the time, they had a bunch of probably elementary to middle school kids acting as helpers. So all the kitty cats were getting Minecraft names. And normally, I will keep whatever name the shelter has been using for them. It's not like they're necessarily going to recognize it. That's per cat and like per interaction. But I refuse to call her Glowstone. Just refuse. Her coloration, she's a diluted calico. So she has like gray and black stripes, white socks, and then that pale orange splash. Instead of the standard like dark brown, orange, and white. I like the little story snippets you get here. She had said, if you encounter a sword on Hilly Trails, bring it back. And apparently it was a sword owned by her older brother, and they didn't find it on his body when he died. I wonder if we'll get more of that storyline. Because even some of the dailies have little plot arcs with them. That don't seem to recur once you've done them. Like there was a little boy in the starting area that liked to feed the pigeons. And he wanted me to feed the ducks so that the ducks wouldn't try to come and take the food from the pigeons. So I went, I got the food for the ducks, threw the food for the ducks out, and the ducks congregated, and then I tried to shoot the ducks. And the little kid flipped out. And then there was a subsequent quest where you make it up to him. And then you get an achievement for that. So I feel like the game wanted me to kill the ducks. For those of you that liked the look of the model, switch over here. There you go.
I hear the voice of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication.
How do you do this? Is this something different? That's something different. It's like another Slaughter Hilly Churls thing. This is kind of the standard, you know? I don't mind it. Combat is fun.
No, my sword! Witness the power of good one.
By royal decree! Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Rain outlines your fate.
Committed to memory!
She is adorable. There is a body frame type that's like little girl. So you have, like, the young boy body frame like Xingqiu here. You have the younger girl body frame. You have older women, like, you have older women like Daya and Beidou and Ningguang. Ningguang is very tall. Same with Lisa. I think these are the taller body frame. Then there are a few characters that have this body frame, the little girl, and you can see how the camera pans up like that. There are a couple others like that I would love to get. All of them are kind of adorable and have very cute personality traits to them. You have the little pyromaniac mad bomber, you have the little zombie girl, all kinds of stuff. Oh, Dione, the bartender that wants to ruin the alcohol industry. Yeah, she's the little calico cat girl. In the current set, let's see, because I have to aggregate every cat character that I can, you know. I don't know if I'll use them all, but I want all of them. Right there. What's her name? Kirara here. She's a Nekomata, little two-tailed cat, and she cats very hard. A lot of claw swipe attacks. She can transform into a box and run around. One of the things I did early on in the game was explore just about everything, and the only area I haven't been to is one that's very hard to get to outside of the storyline. I actually saw somebody show how they managed to get to it outside of the storyline, but I haven't been down here. But I'm adventure rank 40 something, and I'm just getting through with the Liwa storyline. Oh, I'd like to sabotage the slime balloon.
Oz, reveal thyself! Everyone hold hands! Ready, steady, go!
On the plus side, Fischl is really good at breaking this. I didn't realize.
By royal decree!
I'm really good at breaking that. I am pleased. That's normally the daily that I had the most trouble with. Well, thank you, Lalo. I appreciate you popping by. Hope the rest of your day is good, too. Okay, that should be all 4 of them. The game just has so much to explore. That's what I'm enjoying about it, is that even places that I had been through, that I know I'd been through, I look at it and it says, like, you've only gotten less than half of the treasure boxes here.
Ad Astra Abyss. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward.
I love how Catherine here is like the Pokemon shopkeepers. Officer Jenny, Nurse Joy, those kind of characters, where it's even in world they refer to it as there is a Catherine there. And if you hang around and listen to Catherine, it sounds like Catherine's a robot. That. I don't know if I'm strong enough for the storyline yet. Can't do that until we will be reunited. Yep. Narrative. I even like the storyline in this. This is another one of those types of games that you don't expect the story to be too thrilling. It's usually just an excuse to move between auto battle maps, you know? Oh, the orcs are attacking. What do we do? Well, we go on an auto battle map. How is it different? Well, there's orcs in this one. Oh, well, we got a detour. That's a treasure box over there.
Rain outlines your fate.
It's treasure box too.
Excellent.
Okay, let's switch to utility team here a moment. Hey, Dastopia, welcome. We're just getting started, really. some nice folks joined us from a raid. Eh. So far, there are also quite a few viable character combinations. It's as much about figuring out what you can do with the characters that you have as anything else.
Let me weave you a verse.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Now, that's not to say there aren't some characters that are just fantastic as far as the sort of build you want to do. But it's not like you can't operate with
Destiny
just
has
like the
brought me
starting
hither.
characters. The entirely free ones. And over time, you will get enough tokens to try to draw for new characters. Oh, I didn't hit that one. So far, my favorite music is in the Liwa area here. Alright, I think I'm strong enough to go in here, even if it says I'm underleveled. 58, so... Oh yeah. Off stream, I took some time and got everybody leveled as high as I could here. I'll need to figure out a slightly different
So
team.
after all that running
Or
around,
official.
we end up right back here again. Look at us. We barely escaped this place last time, and now we're strolling right back in. Gee, surely we must be some of the bravest adventurers in all of Teyvat. That or the stupidest. To get to that creepy statue, we just need to follow the path we used to escape last time.
Oh dear.
That should take us right to it. Yep, that'll work. Let's go. And remember to be on your guard.
Exactly, Lunar. And frankly, that's a really good sign with game balance. Oops, uh-oh. No! Oh, I jumped too late. Or I deployed wings too late.
Looks like we're here.
And before Daneslif ends up actually being evil and puts the doodad that we gathered to try to stop the super golem from being created into the statue.
An eerie, lifeless, dark chamber. I understand the evil aura you were describing earlier.
Oh, such a scary place.
Be careful to not be overwhelmed by the power of the defiled statue. The Abyss Herald. It's here.
You sense correctly.
So he's got that neat, the Abyss Herald has really ornate looking costume, but I like how he's got this sort of vibe of a high colored coat with a little tricorn hat.
You are just as vexatious as ever, Dainsliff, enemy of the Abyss.
Maybe not. Maybe he is a legitimate hero character.
I sense your soul is stained by terrible bloodshed, perhaps from your darkest nightmares, unless... Oh, and something far more dangerous. You reek of a corruption familiar to me. Then we are the same. We're both dangerous. But dangers from outside of the Abyss Order must be caught and caged.
It is your words that forever reek of corruption. Time to silence you!
Bow before the Abyss!
Time to act. Rain outlines your fate.
By royal decree.
No rest for the wicked.
Shadow Raven, let night fall. Everyone prepare.
Witness the power.
Stand support. Come on, we can do it. Odds revealed by. Yeah. Make yourself a move.
The world will fall. Searching tide.
Oh, neat. Oh, okay, this is going to be our dramatic plot reveal here. The missing sister.
Princess.
Or brother, depending on your starting choice.
Could that be? Ether. Wait!
Hey there,
You just
Levi.
blocked an
Welcome.
attack against the Abyss Herald. Your sister and the Abyss?
Ether, why are you with Dane?
Uh-huh. Your sister knows Dane?
Lumine, we meet again.
No worry there, Levi.
What's going on here? Dane knows was hurt too?
You shouldn't team up with this man. He is my enemy.
Lumine.
But it must be said. Don't try to stop me. Don't try to stop the Abyss. That man, Dainsleif, was the Twilight Sword, one of the royal guards of the final dynasty of Conria. 500 years ago, he failed to prevent the destruction of Conria.
I mean, they kind of described it as a cataclysm level event. It's I'm trying to think what other game one of the Phoenix Wright games where it's like, you didn't protect her, and it's like, we were away when she got killed, and neither of us are martially trained or anything like that. You didn't stop that tidal wave. You didn't stop that meteor shower. You didn't stop that earthquake. Clearly you were slacking.
A curse of immortality was laid upon him to forever wander the wilderness, while he watched the people he was supposed to protect turn into monsters of the Abyss.
You're saying Dane is from Conria? The same Conria that was destroyed 500 years ago? And you said the people turned into monsters? You're trying to tell Paimon that the Abyss Order is not only related to Conria, but is actually the people of Conria themselves?
Yeah, you're like 2 steps behind on the reveal, Paimon.
And the whole thing about Dane being your enemy... Paimon's...
Home. Yes, of course. Home is wherever we are together.
Join me on Team Evil.
But I cannot go with you to the next world to find a new home. At least, not yet. Until the Abyss has engulfed the thrones, my war with destiny will see no end. Listen to me, Ether. I have already traveled through this world once. Once you reach the end of your journey as I did, you will see for yourself the true nature of this world.
How you doing today, Levi?
So we'll meet again. Though we need not rush, brother. I have more than enough time to wait for you. We have always had enough time.
Interesting. Is that the gate was already closing, so it ceased to be effective, or that we can't traverse that gate?
Oh, don't be too sad. We'll find them again. Look on the bright side. At least we got some really useful information. That's right. At least now, as well as the 7, Dane is also a key part of finding your sibling too, right?
Oh, interesting. It's going to send us to Inazuma before Samaru? I think I recall seeing news of that. Samaru is newer than Inazuma? Maybe?
That's right. By the way,
I don't know,
what they
really.
said just now is all pretty confusing. Did you understand it at all? Oh.
Yeah.
Well then, let's go over it again.
Yeah, pay attention next time, emergency rations.
First off, that Abyss Herald called your sister Princess. It seems like your sister is leading the Abyss Order. Even the Abyss Herald answers to her. Still, we don't know for sure if she's the highest ranking leader in the organization. Also, your sister said that she wants to engulf the thrones and go to war with destiny. What the heck does that mean? Could it be that she wants to destroy the Seven and the Seven Nations? Next thing, turns out the Abyss Order monsters are really what the people of Conria turned into after their nation was destroyed. And Dane is from Conria too! He witnessed its destruction 500 years ago! But he didn't turn into a monster, and now he's fighting the Abyss Order. So that's why your sister said that Dane is her enemy, right? But if the monsters of the Abyss are the same people that Dane protected all those years ago, then why is he enemies with the Abyss Order now? Also, how come, after all this time we spent searching for your sister, it turns out she's on the side of the Abyss? What's up with that? Yeah, you're right. Then, we can't let ourselves get down about it now. Our journey's not over yet. Let's get a move on. Time to leave this terrible dark place and get back to the surface where the sun shines bright.
All of the choices in this conversation were false choices, in that it didn't matter. The way she answered was applicable to both choices, so...
If your sister wants you to reach the end of your journey, well then, show her what you're made of. Come on, traveler, let's go.
Shouldn't we, destroy the statue like we came here to do? You know? Anything like that? Oh, hey, loot. More tokens. Give me stuff. Ooh, nice. Like, you know, if we just shatter all the chains at once, won't it, like, swing down and go smash? I feel like we're leaving something very important behind, and we shouldn't. Right. We should be able to do another quest now. Yes. Let's go here. That'll top up our health. How many more doodads do we... Oof, 21. That'll get us the last Stone of Remembrance, but we'll do that later.
I see everything. Everyone hold hands.
Ah, okay. There's got to be a kickoff point for one of the side stories I've got that looks like Mona.
Are you okay? Paimon never imagined imagined your sister would have sided with, well, keep your chin up.
I get that it gives a level of personalization, but because they're never going to say the name that you've given yourself in the text, I would prefer that they'd use things like Traveler and the like. Say Honorary Knight, say Traveler, and put it in the text.
Paimon believes in both of you. And when the going gets tough, the tough get going, right? She said we needed to reach the end of our journey. Paimon bets she still has lots more to tell us. And we won't find out what this journey is or where it will end unless we keep going.
We're not using this second one because it's a lie.
Aw, don't mention it, partner. Travel buddies are supposed to look out for one another.
But another false choice right there.
Although, where should we go next? If we want to continue with the journey... Oh, you mean the god that took your sister away in the first place? You're right. After all, everything that followed, all this confusion, it all started with her. Yeah, Paimon bets she's the key to understanding this whole mystery. Well, we've ruled out 2 gods so far, the Animo and Geo Archons. So, next...
She's also the entity that appears in the opening cinematic is also using a power that we haven't seen a visual indication of since. We've now been introduced to swirly evil magic that is visually close to Electro, but instead of the white core, it uses a black core, which makes it swirly evil magic. Very dark purple shades tinging towards black means evil miasma from a visual language perspective, almost universally. Blue with more towards a white core usually means good magic, or just magic in general. That visual language tends to have stuck around since you started seeing like blue mana bars and the like.
Paimon doesn't think we can simply walk into Inazuma. Zhongli said it was a closed nation. We'll have to find some other way in.
One does not simply walk into Inazuma.
Why don't we ask someone from Inazuma how to gain entrance?
We could ask the Eagles.
Oh, Paimon's thought of someone already! Atsuko in Lua Harbor! She's from Inazuma! Let's see what she has to say!
On we go.
Oh. Hello. Oh, I mean good fortune, right? I'm still learning to talk like a local. Is there anything I can help you with?
We wanted to ask, how do we get into Inazuma?
Oh, so that's why you're here. Well, there is a way,
Great! We came to the right person!
but the chance of success is incredibly small.
Huh. Incredibly small? Then how did you get out of Inazuma in the first place?
It was in leaving Inazuma that I found out just how dangerous this method truly was. All I had to rely on was a little wooden raft that I'd put together myself. There was a storm raging ahead of me, and my pursuers were close on my tail.
Wow. This sounds like a nice place that we're going to.
After I'd escaped their clutches, I floated on the open ocean for I don't know how many days. My rations and fresh water supply soon ran out, and I remember getting to the point where I was sure I'd reached the end. Then, I blacked out. But, to my surprise, my journey didn't end there. Or to put it another way, a new beginning found me. Ah, that's right. I escaped by the skin of my teeth. The fact that I'm even alive to tell the tale must be a sign that the gods were watching over me.
What a horrible journey! And you set off knowing how dangerous it was? Why?
Well, because everything is just too restrictive over there. The atmosphere is so stifling. The Kanjo Commission subjects everyone leaving or entering the nation to a protracted approval process, and I felt like I didn't belong there.
Kanjo Commission? What's that?
Along with the other two commissions, they oversee everything in Inazuma. We usually collectively refer to them as the Tri-Commission. I suppose they're equivalent to the 8 trades under the Liyue Chising. One of the obligations of the Kanjo Commission is to conduct rigorous identity checks on all individuals leaving or entering Inazuma. All non-nationals are processed centrally on Rito upon arrival. Meanwhile, the Tenryo Commission is responsible for implementing the recently promulgated Vision Hunt Decree. They act like the executive arm of the Raiden Shogun's rule. Loyal, yet unfeeling.
Exposition dump.
It doesn't feel good to speak ill of my home like this. But after spending so long under that oppressive atmosphere, I begin to lose all hope for the future. What I mean to say is, unless you have an extremely compelling reason to go to Inazuma, you should abandon your plans of trying to get there. You should know that the sea around Inazuma is engulfed in a perpetual tempest of wind and rain. Supposing you survived that, you would still need to get past the samurai guards that enforce the Sakoku Decree, the closed nation policy of Inazuma. And even if you did manage to find a way, you'd still have to produce the necessary documentation at the Rito Center for processing Outlanders. Otherwise, you'd be kicked out immediately.
Seems like they really don't want anyone setting foot in Inazuma, huh?
They only set that up as a port to guarantee a supply of goods and information to the island. Most Outlanders would be unable to acquire the documentation needed. But if you really are set on going, there is one thing you could try.
The raft idea sounds a little on the dangerous side. Plus, Paimon would definitely get seasick.
Paimon floats. Paimon would not get seasick.
That's not what I meant. You could ask someone from the Crux fleet if they have some way of getting you to Inazuma. They're well known in Liyue.
Oh man, it'd be so hard to get you in there and get paperwork. Oh, you mean maybe we could try smuggling and forgery and the like, because that definitely doesn't exist around a closed nation. They would never think to do something like that.
Voyaging far and wide has made them a well-traveled group with a wide range of experiences. They may just know how to break through the storm.
Sky passing through. Gives you an opportunity to see the size disparity between Sky and Ember there. So Sky has about an inch of fluff on every side.
You're right! Paimon sure Beto of all people will be able to get us there. Her crew is super strong. But Paimon wonders if she'll be willing to take the risk.
He is indeed very floofy.
The Alcor is the flagship of the Crux fleet. I heard that it's currently anchored by Guyun's Stone Forest on a supply run. This might be your best chance.
Then there's no time to lose. Let's go find Captain Beto.
Do. No worries there, commenter. I mean, your health is more important. Hope you're doing okay. Well, you're a new person there.
Oh, if it isn't the Traveler in Paimon. I knew you guys would come.
Paimon? What a fascinating being. You two give off not only the essence of wind and earth, but also of... yes, the stars.
Huh? The fragrance of what now? That's the weirdest compliment Paimon's ever heard.
Pay it no heed. I mean only to say I am certain that it is by fate, not chance alone, that we should meet. And that gives our encounter meaning.
This young man is Kaidahara Kazuha, a temporary addition to my crew for reasons I won't bore you with. Occasionally, he opens his mouth and flowers come out instead of words.
I like that.
With this fine ship and the soft sea breeze, would it not be romantically irresponsible of me not to acknowledge it with a line or two of poetry?
Well, I can't argue with that. Okay then. Once the clash is underway, I'll give you a chance to perform.
Only if the mood takes me, of course. Poetry for poetry's sake tends to lack meaning.
Hey, you don't want to pass this opportunity up too easily, especially seeing as our great hero here might be in attendance.
Oh, wait a minute. What's the clash? Also, just to clarify, by great hero, do you mean...
Huh? I thought you might be here to sign up. You're telling me you've never even heard of it? The Crux Clash is a martial arts tournament that I hold. There'll be a whole bunch of folks taking part to showcase their talents. There are 2 important rules. 1, competitors must be renowned fighters. We want those with real martial arts ability, not just people taking part for the fun of it.
I mean, you could bring the people just taking part for the fun of it to watch them just get curb stomped by all the others.
So, you've got nothing to worry about there. I don't think there's anyone out there who hasn't heard of you. 2, you can't take part if you've got a vision. Otherwise, things get a little one-sided. You must be feeling confident, but you might want to watch out. There are a few crouching tigers and hidden dragons lurking around in Liyue. And with Liyue's savior taking part in the tournament, now that's gonna turn a few heads. I think we can expect a healthy turnout this time.
Like I don't have a vision, but you have witnessed me fighting, and that is definitely just a technicality. I have elemental powers.
But we didn't come here to take part in a martial arts tournament.
Well, before you dismiss the idea completely, you might be interested to hear that the prize this time round is particularly sought after. Get this. It's a masterless vision.
Supplied by myself, as a matter of fact. If the tournament champion can reawaken that vision, it belongs to them.
Is there really such thing as a masterless vision?
When a vision bearer dies, the light in their vision will fade away. But the shell that housed that light remains. As for whether this shell has any practical application, well, this remains to be seen. But my intuition tells me that while it remains in the world, it may just be possible for someone else to inherit it.
Yep. And the way I see it, a vision is a badge of recognition from the gods. So if anyone's able to rekindle it, it's gotta be an individual of exceptional strength and talent. Organizing the clash is my way of uncovering hidden talents. And hopefully this time, getting a vision to glow again. So if you don't have a vision, this is the perfect opportunity to get your hands on one of your very own.
Yeah, we're interested in getting to Inazuma, not fighting in some tournament.
Inazuma? You want to go there?
You want to go there?
Well, why didn't you say so? Inazuma? No sweat. In that case, if you win the tournament, I'll give you a choice. Masterless Vision, or a ticket to Inazuma aboard the Alcor. Up to you.
You just want him to take part in your tournament.
What's wrong with that? The more talent we have, the better the tournament will be. I couldn't let a competitor like you fall through the net.
Think of the advertising possibilities.
What are we gonna do? Looks like we pretty much have to do this tournament if we want to get to Inazuma, huh?
Great. Then let's get you signed up. Head to the tournament arena in Guyun Stone Forest. Kazuha and I will be over soon.
It seems like it will only be a matter of time before the answer is revealed.
Notice that there was a doodad around here. There is. Okay. This is a big ballista, isn't it? Like, a really big ballista. They must be automated from down below somehow because there's not even remotely the room you need to use it. Or it's like those magical ones that they had in the that they used in the last few battles, like auto target and conjure ballista bolts. Unrelated, I would really like to see them, no, I'll have to look it up. Did they ever re-release Skies of Arcadia on a reasonably modern platform?
All clear as far as the eye can see.
I like how lackadaisical people are about seeing somebody scaling smooth surfaces like this. Alright.
No, my sword! By royal decree!
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a
I see everything.
Ah, we're a lot closer, but still not yet. A strong Geo character might help there, breaking the shield to ensure that all my physical damage is going at its health, but yeah, it is what it is for now. I have it map marked anyway. Next to no damage. Let's see, what would be... Animo... Her around for Geo, but it might actually be better.
Oh, how exciting!
As one would expect in a realism perspective, giant claymores are the best mining tools in the game.
Leave it all to me.
Let the show begin.
From a healer perspective, it is hard to beat Barbara. I do hope to get Chi-Chi at some point, though. The little zombie girl. Akin to Barbara, not quite as potent as far as her direct healing powers
Before we
as a
sign
full
up,
set,
let's see who the other competitors are.
but
Rado said that they
still
had to
very
be
good and
renowned
more
fighters.
offense-oriented with her mechanics.
Who will we be up against? Hello, are you here to compete in the Crux Clash?
You bet I am. Have you put your names down yet? Well, I'd have a look at the entrance criteria if I were you. Then allow just anyone to take part. The Clash is a comprehensive test of fighting ability. Anyone who turns up for show over skill is gonna get their butt handed to them. Nobody wants to see that, right?
No, I'm pretty sure people would love to see that.
Yeah, we heard a rule about that. So, Paimon's wondering, are you a renowned fighter?
Like, it is fun to watch a demonstration of exceptional skill. It absolutely is. But what you can do is, add a little bit of humor in there by having the people that don't belong in the tournament show up so that the better people can pick them up and snap them like a wet towel.
Me? Only a former runner-up in the Chihu Rock Freestyle Combat Summit. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I feel like they missed an opportunity with this guy's delivery, to have him doing poses and really lean into like a Hulk Hogan style accent. Setting aside the particular individual, but more of the pro wrestler showmanship with that.
Also, that doesn't sound like the most official tournament out there.
What? You... Nonsense. Have you been living under a rock? It's been going on for years. There were plenty of competitors when I took part. Not to mention, I've helped the Millilith catch treasure hoarders before. There were 2 of them trying to escape. I soon sorted them out. They tried to sneak past me under the cover of darkness. They didn't know what hit them. I planted a left hook on the skinnier one's face and sent him flying. Then, the big guy pulled out a knife. I stood my ground, of course. A roundhouse kick sent the blade hurtling into a beam above us. I told you. Unarmed, outnumbered 2 to 1, but I still got the upper hand.
I do like Paimon's expression during this. Like, this guy thinks he's strong. Like, I think he legitimately thinks he's strong. This is so sad.
I'm not saying I came out completely unscathed, of course, but the fact remains that I did manage to subdue the both of them, and hand them over to the Millilith. I received quite the commendation. Oh yeah.
Uh-huh. But for us, even 4 or 5 treasure hoarders at a time is all in a day's work. Alright, we're gonna keep looking around.
I'll see you in the arena, but I don't plan on losing to a pair of children anytime soon.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna target you specifically.
you here for the Crux Clash too?
That's right. Nothing beats real-life combat for honing your skills. That's what our master taught us. But this tournament is more than just a chance to put training into practice. It's also a chance for us to obtain the masterless vision.
Exactly. With a vision, we'd quickly become our master's top students.
This master of yours must be pretty incredible, huh? Are they someone famous?
Famous? He's the founder of the Lingshan clan, and his skills are unparalleled. Liang and I are both proud disciples of his. You probably wouldn't have heard of it. It was founded quite recently. The clan is nowhere near as famous as the master himself anyway. He's got to be a grand master or something. He's created many different styles of kung fu, and countless other clans have borrowed extensively from him. To the Lingshan clan, he teaches a special technique known as force dispersal.
Force dispersal?
It's a type of breathing exercise where you can train yourself to harness the energy around you and neutralize attacks without moving an inch. For example, our master can use it to alter the path of an attacking fist, or change the direction of an incoming stone, all without breaking a sweat.
One time, he sent a challenger flying into the air without lifting a finger.
It sure is, but it's extremely difficult to cultivate this ability. We've been training for ages and we're still getting to grips with the very basics. There's no way we could use it proficiently yet.
Use of the term cultivate. There's a whole type of fiction and sort of storytelling lore behind that concept as a Chinese thing. I don't know if it exists in other areas, but the idea of kind of refining yourself through things like martial arts and meditation and finding the right places and similar is referred to as cultivation.
We're clearly not that naturally gifted, or we would have at least gotten the gist by now. If we don't start making progress soon, we'll probably run out of money to pay the tuition fees and still have nothing to show for all our training.
There's a tuition fee?
Of course! This is a grand master we're talking about here. He doesn't have time to waste. If you want face-to-face training, you've got to show you're sincere about it.
But here we are, having trained under him directly all this time without even a hint of improvement. Master is getting increasingly impatient with us.
When we were exploring, we came across a guy that was, like, he was training in a style where they referred to, like moving incredibly slowly. Was like a, the power of the turtle or something like that. It wasn't like defensive, it was that it was some sort of supreme offense to be unlocked by studying the super slow, which, isn't out of the question, the whole concept of Tai Chi, where it's practiced very, very, very slowly, but if you speed it up, it's a very aggressive martial art.
Recently, though, we heard that a vision bearer joined the Guhua clan and made pretty much instant progress in their training.
So, if we can get our hands on a vision too, maybe we can finally make our master proud.
I think they're referring to Xing Cho in that. The little bookworm guy that we use as one of our water offense guys.
Well, we have to try something new. Otherwise, we're stuck in the same situation.
Exactly. It can't hurt to try. And if it turns out it does work, the Lingshan clan will go down in history. Folks will come from far and wide. Heck, we could even become the dominant martial arts clan in all of Liyue.
See you in the arena.
So far, all these guys gonna die.
Hey, youngster. Are you here for the Crux Clash, too? If so, Seems I found myself another new adversary.
So you're
This
also
guy's
here
starting
for
to
the
sound like
tournament?
Fischl.
You better believe it. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I could walk away as a champion.
Hey there, Okami. Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're feeling better.
For me, obtaining a vision is the final and most important piece in the puzzle that is my life. No. It's not about what I want to do. This is about who I want to be. I am looking to become a perfect person.
Oh, wow.
I know how that sounds, but let me explain. I've lived a successful life so far, without any setbacks. I've passed every exam I've ever taken, enjoyed numerous successful business ventures, and seemed to get on with just about everyone socially.
Oof. Yeah, that'll lay you low.
In most people's eyes, I am already the very embodiment of the perfect person. Though, of course, I'd never let the praise get to my head. I know I haven't reached perfection yet. Because there's one thing I'm still missing. A vision.
You have so much self-confidence.
That's not important. I have a contact in the Crux fleet who was happy to vouch for me. So they very kindly made special arrangements on my behalf. I've also brought along a bit of an entourage for moral support. It's such a blessing, really, to have so many good friends in my neighborhood.
I feel like we're going to be able to walk into the first round of this and say, okay, just round up all of them, put them in the arena.
Of course, I also put in a few good days' practice, concentrating mostly on rare and esoteric styles of Kung Fu. As a high achiever by nature, I'm confident I've done enough to guarantee my victory in this tournament.
Yeah, you're doing
I seem to have gained
good.
another fan. Don't let my aura overwhelm you, though. You'll need your wits about you today. Now then, if you don't mind, I need to finish my pre-competition routine. It's not too long now before you'll get to see me in action.
A winner of an incredibly local martial arts tournament who thinks fighting two people at once is a godlike feat. We have a couple of failed students of what seems to be a scam school. And we have that dude. Alright, so where's the impressive
we're
guy?
up against an inflated ego, some gullible guys paying way too much for their kung fu classes, and another guy who's just really average.
Yep, that's about it.
Seems like you've got a pretty good chance of winning this thing. Come on, let's go sign up.
Chinksa Village Arm Wrestling Champion, huh? Alright, you're signed up.
Oof. Yeah, it looks like you got, you got hit bad.
Next, please. What's your name? Wait, aren't you? Oh, did I hear that right?
Is it really them?
Huh? Aren't they a vision bearer, though? Why are they trying to enter the clash?
I have to ask, aren't you the traveler that helped Liyue fight off that ancient god?
Twice, yes.
Oh, it's really him!
The one that spoke with Lady Kuching at the rite of parting.
Oh, I wonder if I can get his autograph later.
I trust you are aware that, only those without visions can enter the tournament? Really? But from what I've heard, the things you're capable of in combat are nothing short of extraordinary. You walk into the most dangerous situations imaginable, face off against all sorts of monsters, even the Fatui, and always come out on top.
I like this whole thing that she's doing right now, how she's calling out how powerful you are. You kind of expect to see people, like, backing off and then running.
Yep, he still doesn't have a vision, though. See for yourself.
My apologies. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm sure a great hero like yourself would have no reason to lie. Now, could I ask you to provide a few claims to fame?
You just did.
It's just a formality for you, of course, but I have to make a record of competitors' achievements as part of the sign-up process. So far, I've got defeated the ancient god Osile, so that's one. Do you have any others?
Yeah, put that down. And also, defeated the Fatui Harbinger child.
Whoa.
Shared smug face.
Might as well declare him the champion already.
I wonder if it's too late to withdraw.
Yep.
Okay, that's plenty. Actually, this is the most dazzling track record I've ever seen. By a long shot.
Do we still get to fight the arrogant guy?
Right, your registration is complete. Now, a brief word about the prize. A great hero such as yourself can surely only be here for one thing. To win the tournament and claim the grand prize, namely, a vision.
Oh, we're not here for that. We're here because Captain Beto promised to take us to Inazuma if we win the tournament.
There's another prize, too? Oh, first I've heard of it.
Beto must have upped the stakes this time to attract top talent.
But why would anyone want to go somewhere as dangerous as Inazuma?
I see. So, I take it you discussed your terms with Beto in advance, then? Well, I'm sure a great hero has an important reason for being here. Anyway, the qualifying rounds are about to begin. I'll leave you to your preparation.
Hey, so Paimon's thinking about that whole no vision bearers rule in this tournament. Even though you don't have a vision, most people in Teyvat think that you can't manipulate the elements without one. So Paimon thinks you probably shouldn't use your elemental abilities during the tournament. You know, just to avoid any misunderstandings. In any case, looking at the competition, it should still be pretty easy for you to win, even without using any elements, right? All right, it's showtime! You got this!
You seem like you're raring to go. Are you ready to compete? Good. Then please follow me into the arena.
Let's do this. It helps that the Traveler is still one of my highest leveled characters. Because
Our next
his
competitor is
requirements to
seen
level
by
are
many
low.
as the favorite to win this tournament. His first bout begins now.
You?
What a strange guy. Why was he so confident to begin with? Well, now that we've won, let's go and see Beto. She'll probably have something to say to us.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick break and then we'll be right back, folks. Just a moment.
The weather is lovely and
Get situated, folks. I'll be with you in a moment. All right. Let's see here. Do a quick kitty check. So we've still got Sky and Ember snuggled up on the top there. Sammy has apparently noticed I'm back and is bringing her little death razors over to tap dance on me. And then it looks like Sherbet there on the pillow on the bed. Let's zoom in and find out. Yeah, that's Sherbet. From the back like this, the indicator that it's Sherbet is that mottled white stripe across the back of his neck and shoulders. He has a much more irregular white patterning and more of it on his body. From the side, it's really apparent if it's Sherbet. Or the front, you know, his face is different. Mason only has like the white star patch on his back and a very standard, you know, line up the nose of white kind of thing. He's also very lanky compared to Sherbet. Okay, game here. And we are back in. Hey, Beto, we killed a man.
I knew I wouldn't regret introducing you as the favorite. So, what do you think, Kazuha? He totally dominated that guy and did it with style, too.
Impressive. But I also observed our favorite exercise some restraint, as if to protect the opponent from serious harm.
Effectively, we were hopping on one foot with one hand tied behind our back. And still managed to push him over and jump up and down on his chest, you know? It is the proper way to do battle with the likes of them.
Well, I've fought my fair share of battles, both big and small. And I say, after the show he put on just now, he's more than convinced me of his ability. So come on. We all know you've got a wide vocabulary in there. Can't you spare a word or two to congratulate our up-and-coming champion?
All right. Let me think how to aptly phrase these words of praise. You fought well.
Good for you. Pat, pat.
All right then. I was thinking your inner poet might want to join in the fun, but I guess I shouldn't put you on the spot like that. You know, a lot of competitors came to me saying how surprised they were that Liyue's hero was entering the tournament. And since you signed up, we've had many others do the same, with more than a few top-tier fighters among them. I'm sure lots of them are here to find out how they stack up against you. Well, since everyone sees you as the one to beat, I figure I should start treating you that way too. For one thing, we don't want you wasting all your energy in the early rounds fighting people who are well below your level. Not to mention, you must be itching to fight someone in your league too, right?
Giving Sammy some extra scratches here. She's tricky. She is very skittish, for one. For the other, it is very hard to trim her claws. She is really resistant to that and will like shy away and run for it. If you manage to get even one of them, she's gone. But clearly she needs it because she keeps getting her paws like caught in things like blankets and the like, Not for long, but you can see she's doing that step, pop, claw, loose, step, pop, claw, loose kind of thing. I've been trying to figure out something that I might be able to put out to have her passively dull her claws down. The cat trees that I have around, the sisal cord might help a little bit. That can dull them down. But just as much, it's going to be a sharpening element. They're going to be able to shed the old claw around it and get the sharper and sharper claw present. I might try something like a fine grit sandpaper underneath something so that the claws will also have the tip rubbed down. But I don't know if that'll work. More research is needed.
So, I'm putting you straight through to the semifinals.
Huh? But we only just started the qualifiers. Seems like a crazy system if we just skip straight to the semifinals.
This is how Captain Beto works. You won't persuade her otherwise. Besides, at your level, you would have made it to the semifinals anyway.
Huh. To be fair, Paimon was thinking that too.
Alright, I'm gonna watch some more of the tournament. If there's any potential contenders for you out there, I want to know who they are and what they're about. We're finally here, folks. The Rails show is about to begin.
The captain seems to have high hopes for this tournament. I have not seen her so Your opponent has fought many rounds to get to the semifinals. This makes him a seasoned warrior. You may well be stronger than him, but this should not give you cause to lower your guard. Very well. Show me that you are ready to push through the storm that lies ahead.
He's gonna walk into the ring or something.
Alright, that's enough chit-chat for now. The audience is waiting. Go find the crew member that signed you up. She'll take you into the arena.
You mean she'll walk me 5 feet forward into the ring here? Or is there a different
Your opponent
arena?
in the semifinals is new to the Crux Clash, but he has quickly become the dark horse of the tournament. I do not doubt your abilities, but I would suggest that you make sure you are fully prepared before you begin.
Relax. My guy's at the top of his game. He ain't...
Okay, follow me.
At
Oh, no,
last,
never mind.
the moment we've all been waiting for.
Oh, but he's level
the
90.
The semifinals have begun. Who's it gonna be this time? The hero or the dark horse?
I don't care about the prize. You're a strong opponent. That's what I'm here for.
But he has, like, one move. Oh, no, there's a second one. Good for him. Oh, and he has the,
I'm sweating all over. It's a good feeling.
They gave him the, treasure hoarder, I definitely just didn't just get killed animation. It's one of the oddities with this game is, unless they're like a monster which will dissolve into, like, ash, like glowing ash, the human beings will ninja vanish themselves to safety.
Congratulations. I was beaten by the best. I need to train harder.
Oh man, both of these are lies.
Right. For a moment there, Paimon was a little worried. If you had a vision, you'd definitely be one of the strongest around.
I wanted a vision once, when I was a kid. People said that if you're strong enough, you'll have your chance to get one. But mine never came. I lost interest eventually. You can't depend on a vision like you can your own body. I've fought and won against vision bearers before. The power they have was given to them by the gods. I don't envy it.
Huh? You mean you didn't sign up to try and get your hands on that masterless vision?
No, I didn't. I only wanted to pit myself against other fighters and see who was the strongest. Only in defeat can you understand your weaknesses and learn from them. So I'm pleased with today's outcome. I don't often have the pleasure of experiencing defeat.
The consummate martial artist, the actually seeking strong opponents thing.
Wow! Now that's true strength talking.
It is the plot device that shows us that Goku is often actually the villain in the Dragon Ball series.
If you have the chance in the future, please come and spar with me again. I will be stronger next time.
By the way, do you know who else made it into the finals? Is it gonna be someone even tougher than you?
Whether they'll be as tough as me, I don't know. But what I have heard is that they're extremely quick. So don't get too cocky.
There he goes. Maybe we should ask around, see what we can find out about our opponent in the final round. Paimon thinks we might need to up our game a little.
Still love her attack animation.
Ah, it's you! I watched your match. What a stunning performance. I myself was eliminated in the third round. Shame. If only I could have advanced one more round.
Maybe next time, huh? By the way, do you happen to know who else advanced to the final round?
Why, yes. He's the same one who defeated me. He is a formidable opponent, quick on his feet and swift to take advantage of his opponent's missteps. I faltered for but a brief moment, but before I knew it, he had me on the floor. Given my stature, I have no fear of squaring off with physically strong opponents. But faced with a nimble, agile opponent such as him, I found myself completely out of my league. Still, I'm sure he'll be no match for you.
Hey there! Well, where did the other guy go?
He tried to use force dispersal to deflect a punch, but instead he took it straight to the nose. There was blood all over the place.
Tried to use the technique that lets him deflect a punch without moving, and it didn't work.
His opponent was pretty freaked out by it. He kept asking him, "Why didn't you dodge?" But he was pretty much out cold by that point and couldn't reply. Why don't you dodge, they ask. Because to not dodge is the very essence of Lingshan clan kung fu. It's just that he hadn't quite mastered it yet.
Hadn't quite.
Don't even get me started. I spent all my energy helping him get from here to the boat to take him back to the harbor. But by the time I got back, my scheduled match time had already passed and I had to forfeit. I don't dare tell my master about this, otherwise I'd never hear the end of it. Sorry, I shouldn't be complaining in front of you like this. I'm afraid I'm still a bit out of sorts at the moment, so I probably won't be able to help you with whatever you were here to ask me about.
Oh, alright then. Hope your buddy makes a swift recovery. Hang in there.
Thanks, I'll do my best.
We still haven't got any useful information yet. Maybe we can go talk to Beto.
You gave an outstanding performance. Truly commendable. I could sense that you're not familiar with bouts of this kind, and it could have cost you the match. But you were quick to adapt, and managed to claim victory over your opponent. That is a most invaluable skill. In fact, I discerned this not from what I saw, but what I heard. The ground beneath your feet, and the pattern of your breathing. But it is nothing remarkable, for I discerned nothing more than Captain Beto did.
He's right. But in my case, I was purely relying on previous experience. I guess not using your elemental powers must be quite new for you, huh?
We wanted to ask about who our opponent will be in the final round. Do you think they'll be stronger than the one we faced in the semifinals?
Not exactly. Contenders that reach the finals aren't necessarily stronger. They tend to have something unique about their style. As for the guy you'll be facing, his skill lies in his speed, and he has superior form. It's also obvious that he's seen his fair share of battles. What's the matter? Worried that you've bitten off more than you can chew this time?
If that is the case, then I have a proposal for you. Let's go somewhere a little quieter, shall we? I haven't properly introduced myself yet. In the land of Inazuma, I was a wandering samurai.
Yeah, we could tell that from your getup. But at the same time, when you talk, you don't really sound like someone who's used to waving a sword around.
It is true that I am versed both in literary and martial traditions. But on the straggling path of a wandering samurai, is there harm in acquiring a surplus skill? I do not mean to flaunt my martial prowess, but I myself have witnessed reputable fighters hailing from across the lands. I do possess some knowledge regarding your opponent's particular skill set. Given your talents, a few hints from me will be all that's necessary to bring your opponent down.
Hang on. Don't you think you're bending the rules a bit there?
Gathering intelligence is an essential part of any duel. You must know your enemy. Besides, our favorite here has fought many battles on their journey from Mondstadt. Such impressive feats require more than just bravery alone.
You betcha! Wait a second. We never told you that we've been to Mondstadt.
Does one not leave a trail when traveling through the wild? In return, nature also leaves its traces upon you.
That, and we outright told a bunch of people that we'd done something in Mondstadt when we were signing up.
However, there is only so much that can be discerned from these traces. I sense that many things about you elude me still. These come with me. Some post-match entertainment is in order.
But why all the way over there? Yeah, I'm gonna teleport closer.
Now that we're alone, let me cut to the heart of the matter. You are skilled in manipulating the elements, and not just a single element, but multiple. Is that correct?
Paimon knew that you were hinting at something from the moment we met. You've known all along.
That's right. If the other contenders were to catch wind of your elemental abilities, let's just say it would cause some unwanted misunderstandings. If I'm not mistaken, you share these considerations, given your reluctance to use elemental skills even in the heat of a match. When I talk about that which I see or hear in you, this is not poetic symbolism at play. I mean these things in the truest sense possible. Since a young age, I have been attuned to the tidings of nature. I hear the breath of the wind, and the whispers of the leaves. It is things of this nature that I also hear from within you. Nothing more.
As crazy as all that sounds, somehow Paimon still believes you.
I still get the impression that in the background it's, and I listen when other people are talking. As in, he hears what people around him are saying, because most of the things were like when he was talking to Beto right near her about the elemental powers aspect, and when people were talking about, hey, I defeated, or I helped save Dvalin, and those kind of things. Oh, he's the honorary knight of Favonius. Like, yeah, that means he was at Mondstadt, kind of stuff.
My humble abilities are negligible compared to your incredible feats. To think a human could wield the elements without a vision. And not to mention your incredibly complex scent, like that of some mysterious being.
Hey, stop evaluating us based on our smell! It's weird!
Sometimes Paimon speaks truth.
Could you perchance enlighten me as to how you managed to obtain your combined elemental abilities? Extraordinary.
Touched a statue.
So then, might I be so bold as to inquire how exactly it is that you learned to channel elemental energy and even wield it in combat?
Aw, it's nothing really. Paimon just told him whatever came to mind. It's been a long journey, and many things have happened along the way. Somehow, he just naturally learned to use the elements through it all. Honestly, even Paimon doesn't understand how it all works.
Perhaps such unfathomable things are the essence of the gods and the visions they grant. However, I still wish to have the honor of seeing how you wield the elements. Perhaps it may yet reveal something to me. Of course, I too shall share with you all that I've learned. That will make it a fair exchange. Now then, let's test your skills, shall we?
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day. No, my sword. Odd, reveal thyself. Shadow Raven, let night fall.
I see everything. Everyone hold hands.
Since I don't have a pyro character, actually, currently ice shields and the like are kind of a hassle.
Your skills in battle are truly beyond reproach. Even with your opponent's speed, he shouldn't be able to overwhelm you. Your opponent is skilled at controlling his breathing and maintaining balance, which enables him to execute moves that many would find impossible. He relies entirely on the element of surprise to defeat his opponents. In other words, as long as you remain mindful of his ability to detect weak points, then his attacks should pose no threat to you. Please, save your thanks. If anything, I should be thanking you for the opportunity to witness your command of the elements that defies all known principles.
I do like the character design of all of the kind of major story characters. Which all tend to be, recruitable characters in that way. Like the kind of samurai armor, decorative kimono combo kind of thing he's got.
The world is a truly mysterious place, it seems, and one will always encounter that which is still unknown.
You seem kind of obsessed with visions, but don't you already have your own? Why are you so intent on exploring the connection between visions and the elements?
I desire to know what meaning visions have to the gods, and what influences the gods' decision to grant humans these visions. My apologies. You must be completely in the dark regarding such matters. For allowing me the honor of witnessing your mystical ways, I am willing to answer any questions you may have regarding Inazuma. So that's what you're curious about? Then allow me to tell you more. As you well know, a vision hunt decree is currently underway in Inazuma. Visions are a gift bestowed by the divine. People that have accepted this gift are now having their visions confiscated inexplicably, sometimes in circumstances that leave their original recipients dead. In the outset, supposing each of the 7 Archons had their criteria for granting visions to living beings, then does the current Electro Archon now doubt these criteria, or even the act in and of itself? Not to mention, with no new Electro-visions having been granted for such a long time, it would seem that we can infer something of the Raiden Shogun's feelings on the matter.
She sounds less like an Archon and more like a tyrant.
As far as I know, she is an Archon that pursues eternity. She will relentlessly carry out her will with no regard to what others may think or feel. Liyue's contracts are meant to benefit all who reside within Liyue. But what does Inazuma's pursuit of eternity bring to its people? It goes without saying that the people locked within Inazuma do not fare well these days.
Sounds a lot like something the god you encountered in the beginning would do.
I mean, based on what?
Oh? Have you encountered the Electro Archon before? With time, we will change, but the Shogun will remain the same. If you wish to find her, she will forever be there. There will come a day when I too shall wish to understand the answers to eternity from her. Ah, the time for your match is approaching.
Oh, right! We got so distracted talking about Inazuma that Paimon forgot all about the tournament!
If you have no other matters to attend to, then we can return together. Very well, let's go. I wish to see who will obtain the vision.
It's always nice when they give you a "do you want to teleport with me" kind of choice.
Why isn't he here yet? Never mind. We can start by making your entrance first. Everyone, listen up! Your attention, please! We've reached the climax of the Crux Clash! This is the final match! We've seen many exciting battles today, and now at long last, the 2 finalists have emerged. Now, I'd like to introduce our first combatant. Though few have seen him, his reputation knows no bounds. He strikes fear into the heart of Osile, and the mere mention of his name causes even the Fatui Harbingers to turn pale in the face. Introducing Liyue's traveling hero!
Wow!
We've been here the whole time watching the tournament, but oh wow, it's that guy that we already saw.
I've been waiting for this moment.
I'm sure everyone witnessed his thrilling match in the semifinals.
I mean, clearly a few of them hadn't. Well, hello, hi. Or hey? Let me know which one it is. We are doing well here. And I hope you are too. Welcome to the channel. My name is Newt Mechanist. I play games with my cats. You can see one of them on screen currently. Let's take this opportunity to switch over and see how they're all doing. We still have Sky and Ember up in the top center. And Sherbet is visible left center. Sammy and Mason still aren't showing themselves. Sky and Ember are all snuggled up there. We're playing some Genshin Impact today, if that's not already apparent. About a month into playing. I really like the exploration in this, and the plotline is actually remarkably good for a game that looked like it was just going to be another gacha title, you know.
But today's final round will surely take things up a notch. As for our other combatant, he still hasn't arrived.
And the other guy who's not here.
Oh, come on, what could be taking him so long? You can't just forfeit for not showing up like in previous rounds. This is the finals.
Nice, nice.
Apologies! Everyone just sit tight! We've got no other choice. If he doesn't show up, we'll just have to postpone the match.
Wait a moment. Something doesn't seem right about this. Captain Beidou, perhaps we should check on the prize. Traveler, come with us.
My favorite part so far is exploration. I've already revealed every part of the map that isn't Inazuma. And let's see, I'm adventure rank 42. And I'm just now getting to the point in the plot where I can go to Inazuma. So I've really liked traveling around the map, unlocking the waypoints, finding the little treasure boxes and the elemental doodads to add to the shrines. That's been fun. It has been a bit of a lurch getting back over into making sure my team is composed well. Oh yeah, I'm really enjoying the exploration in this. It's part of the reason that I haven't really... I mean, Honkai Star Rail is really visually flashy, and I like the sort of sci-fi fantasy vibe that it's got going. But I'm told that it doesn't have as much exploration. And that's kind of critical for me. You know, running, jumping, climbing trees, finding treasure. The vision box, which we've had somebody next to this whole time. It's been stolen.
It's gone all right. The vision is missing.
Huh? Did somebody steal it? Who would dare do such a thing in broad daylight?
I do like the quests as well. They're actually really good quality.
We don't know when it was taken exactly.
As much as I find it goofy now and again, and I could really do without Paimon.
I never thought that someone here would have the guts to cross Captain Beidou.
No need to worry. Even the craftiest sleight of hand does not escape nature's watchful gaze. The culprit has only acted recently. They will not have gotten far. The vision was the prize that I had offered, and it was my responsibility to look after it. I will be certain to get it back.
It is neat how you can tell the nationality of the characters based on the shape of the vision. You've got the little thunder god drum kind of pattern around the Inazuma ones.
Well, if you insist. I'll leave the matter to you then. I'll stay here and try to offer some explanation to all the spectators that came to see the match.
If you would, please come with me.
But we're on an island. Where could he have possibly run to?
Come with me. I can sense the winds are coming.
So he had a glider then.
Huh? A wind current?
The winds have come at an opportune moment. Let's seize this chance. Ride the winds upward. From there, we can continue our search for clues.
Favorite character? Ooh.
By the way, what made you suddenly think of checking the prize in the first place?
the moment it was stolen.
Well, then why didn't you stop him?
You'll see shortly.
Functionally, Nahida is my favorite. Like, what she brings to a combat party. And she's cute. You know. Her animations are adorable. As far as, like, their behavior, Fischl here is my favorite. I like her kind of chuny, over-the-top, I'm a dark princess, but every now and then the facade cracks and she slips up. Not that one.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin
Right there. Oh man, I ruined the line. Beto's personality is fun.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Like, so far amongst them all, she is the most mature character I have. Though, Ningguang is close. Noelle is sweet. Haven't really gotten to see much of her. Just got her. Same with him. I got these two in the same pull. No worries, spectator. We're likely to be going for a bit. But yeah, Nahida's very cute, and Fischl's amusing.
I created another universe and found
Let's see, we have...
you during my impromptu absence.
I'm sure the good people of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely fine, mein Fräulein.
We have just participated in a fighting tournament in order to get passage to Inazuma, but somebody has stolen the prize and we're tracking them.
The winds are guiding us forward. The culprit is on the opposite shore now.
You can hear that too? What does it sound like?
Hubris. This way. Follow me. There may be an ambush waiting for us up ahead, but I trust that you are well prepared for such a scenario.
Hoarders, they're here! Get them!
Treasure hoarders, just as I expected. In which case, please stand back.
Body and Midnight Phantasmagoria.
So floaty guys are a hassle.
Hey.
There we go.
You caught up with me? How is that possible? I had even prepared a boat to ensure a quick getaway, and still you caught up to me!
No boat could ever match the speed of the wind.
The wind? What are you talking about? Oh, I get it.
Let's see.
Your vision.
Which character? Right now, the character that I'm hoping to get is Kiravra. The little, the Nekomata delivery girl. And functionally, and because, you know, she too is cute and amusing, Chi-Chi would be great. Who else? You know, Dione, because I gotta, of course, gotta collect all the cat characters. But in the immediacy, Kirara.
Drat! If I only had a vision! Or, if I could activate this one, then you'd never be able to catch me!
This has nothing to do with visions. You may be skilled at vanishing from a crowd, but it seems you know precious little about how to conceal yourself from nature's gaze.
Is there a character named Hey Hey?
Additionally, your chosen
I'm not
escape
sure.
route was flawed for reasons that are too numerous to go into. And on top of that, I could hear your boasting and proud laughter in the wind as I was pursuing you.
Hey there, Angel Toon. Welcome. Welcome. We are, as might be apparent, we are just getting into the Inazuma portion of the plotline. The one area of the map I have yet to uncover.
In other words, you failed to meet any of the basic criteria for a grand heist, namely speed, stealth, and style.
You...
But most disappointing of all is the state of the vision in your hand. It appears that the vision doesn't respond to human desire indiscriminately.
It would seem not so far, spectator. Paimon remains uncooked.
Fine, fine. I admit it. I've had my eyes on this vision for quite some time now. I decided to register after hearing that this fighting contest was full of a bunch of lousy fighters. I fought my way to the finals and...
Her name still strikes me as a Digimon name. Which is why it's even more plausible that she's an emergency ration.
Aha! So you were supposed to be our opponent!
I'd intended to win the contest through skill alone all along, but then you showed up. After watching the semifinals, I knew that I didn't stand a chance. But I wasn't about to give up on the vision so easily after coming all this way.
Why are we letting him narrate? Just knock him out and take it.
Since there was no use in trying to face you in the match, I decided to put my skills to good use while everyone's attention was on you and Beto. I was convinced I prepared thoroughly for my escape, but somehow you still managed to catch up to me. After all I went through to get it? I think not.
I really have no idea. I'm not familiar enough with the characters to really take a guess. Xiangling?
I know an empty threat when I hear one.
But Gooba. Bow user. It's probably not, but do you main Amber?
Fine. But you'd better mean it. It didn't activate once I took it anyway. It's nothing but a useless shell to me.
You know, according to the laws of the sea, the penalty for stealing is breaking the culprit's arms.
Huh? You're not serious, are you?
Not to mention that the item you stole was a prize. You didn't show up for the final match, and you damaged the reputation of the captain of the Crux fleet. It seems that it would be only fair to brand the word thief on your forehead with a hot iron.
Whoa, whoa! We don't need to go that far, do we?
Yes, let's go that far, Paimon. We never get the opportunity to go that far before they ninja vanish on us.
I never would have guessed you could be so cruel. If this is where talking gets me, then forget it. I'll risk a fight.
He does. So far, he's one of the most hardcore characters we've encountered. I think he is the most hardcore that we've encountered.
What are you trying to do? Just you watch.
By royal decree.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain kite.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Oh, he's already dead. We still have the Phantasmagoria animation going on, since it was active when we started the cutscene. Well, as soon as I got Nahida, Bloom became a amazing option. And recently I've been trying to shuffle things around in order to change up the team. We're very close to having a JoJo panel, aren't we, Tess?
No, no. Do what you want, but please, don't brand my forehead, please!
He has persevered to the bitter end, and now death looms near. Yet still the gods do not bestow their favor upon him.
I love this concept here. The whole reason that he threatened this guy with mutilation and then beat on him in a fight was to see if that would awaken the vision. Not that he really cared about the guy or about the transgression.
Put down the vision and leave. I've changed my mind. No further punishment for you.
You can see Oz there on the left side. Just making the scene really dramatic.
Huh?
What's wrong? Are you asking for more punishment? It's up to you. Such willingness is commendable and fits the way of the samurai.
No need for that. Thank you for releasing me. You truly are generous.
Huh?
Leaves in a frenzy.
Get it? Were you just trying to scare him?
I mean, I could see Leaves in a panic. But I mean, Leaves in a frenzy, I guess I would expect gibbering and screaming.
I take no pleasure in frightening others. I was just testing all possibilities while the vision remained in his hands.
Maybe some frothing.
When people are forced into a corner, that is when their greatest strength will appear. I thought it may be an opportunity for him to awaken the vision.
Okay, this little bit of scene right here with the Oz effect going on is great. Like these dark shooting stars and feathers as he's being all philosophical.
But unfortunately, nothing happened. Yes, I wanted to know whether it were possible for an extinguished vision to be reawakened.
Oh, it reminds me of... It's Kazuma in Ace Attorney with the eternally blowing headband. In this case, the guy just has this eternally dark aura with feathers and lightning, but localized entirely to him regardless of the scene.
From the moment he stole the vision, I decided to use him for this experiment. I've tried many other methods in the past, though few tales tell of a masterless vision reawakening. After seeing you command multiple elements, I figured that nothing is impossible. Come, why don't you give it a try? Let's see if you can give me the answer I'm hoping for.
vision didn't seem to respond at all.
I see. So you are also unable to rekindle the vision. No matter. This was expected. I suppose this vision is still mine to take for now.
Yeah, what's the story behind this vision anyway?
The story begins with an old friend.
The idea that the vision is from somebody important to him is was kind of a narrative gimme.
He was once a good friend of mine. One day he asked me about a sword art of which he had heard, the Musono
I love these
Hitotachi.
scenes.
I told him it can only be witnessed when divine punishment is administered. It is the pinnacle of the Raiden Shogun's skill, a symbol of ultimate power. But he replied, there must be one who can withstand it.
Oh,
There
he
will
has a little
always
kitty.
be those who dare to brave the lightning's glow. Then, the Vision Hunt decree arrived. People's aspirations were stripped away as the Raiden Shogun began to construct her ideal of eternity. While I was fleeing from place to place, I heard that my friend had challenged the Vision Hunters to a duel before the throne. A solemn yet brutal challenge. The defeated face divine punishment, while the victors gain a second chance. Perhaps he thought he of all people should make a stand. Coming face to face with the Musono Hitotachi was all that he truly desired, after all. When I arrived at Tenshukaku, the duel was over. I heard his sentence of divine punishment, his severed blade hitting the ground. Perhaps that was the glory he had yearned to witness. In his last moments, what expression was on his face? Before I knew it, I had stepped forward and snatched the dying vision and was running from the scene. All I knew was that I mustn't let his hope, which burned so brightly, become buried among the ice-cold statue of a god. Perhaps one day, I may come to find that all I have done is meaningless.
Interesting. All of them... The only one that I can think of that I don't know that they have some sort of tragic past is Jean. Venti seems to has a couple of aspects that would fit that. Of course, you know, the Traveler. But I have encountered a dearth of Animo characters.
But as a wandering samurai, I find meaning in traveling and the sprawling beauty of nature that lies along the way, while still retaining the warrior way in my heart.
Kazuha.
It's just another way of saying I do as I please. All right then, it's time we returned. Allow me to gather the wind for us once more.
If any of you have played Final Fantasy XIV, having Oz's effect constantly is akin to playing a Lalafell during any of the dramatic scenes. At all. Doesn't really matter what they are. If you're a Lalafell during those scenes, it's amazingly funny.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin de Ver...
Huh? Did Beta leave already? Maybe she went back to her ship.
If you're looking for the captain, she was summoned by Lady Ningguang. It seems that the Crux clash got out of hand this time and has attracted her attention. Captain Beto was muttering something about Ningguang being a stick in the mud as she headed off to Liyue Harbor.
Yeah, Jean is... I think there have been 2 plot points about her being a total workaholic. Like, dangerous levels of workaholic.
It's not unusual for those two to be at odds with one another.
It was kind of like Noelle's chivalric training plot line, but less wholesome. Like, it ended pleasant, but it was less this person overdoes it because they underestimate their skill, and more this person works themselves to the bone out of some sort of ideal. I feel it, maybe. I feel it.
But still, Captain Beto was disappointed she didn't get to witness the crowning of the new champion. She had been looking forward to it for quite some time.
The one who stole the vision was originally to be this hero's opponent in the final round. He knew he stood no chance of winning the match, thus the wicked idea of stealing the prize took hold in his mind. In which case, the Crux clash comes to a clear-cut conclusion.
There was an awful lot of consonants in that.
Huh? So that's what happened? If that's the case, then the rules stipulate that he is disqualified, and our hero here is the champion.
Paimon thought we'd win and all, but not like this.
It doesn't matter. As the saying goes, honor given is honor deserved. Now, let me go prepare the champion's medal to award you.
Yes, I believe so. Though Captain Beto is no longer present here, I'll be sure she receives word of it. She is a woman of her word. But the voyage to Inazuma is a treacherous one. You will be plagued by a perpetual tempest the entire trip.
I've only done enough of the TCG to unlock the feature. It was very pretty, like the card art, especially the apparently unlockable animated card art. Structurally, like how it plays, it's not dissatisfying.
In fact, the relentless rain and wind are also an embodiment of the Raiden Shogun's will to close the nation.
Bath time for Ember.
Hold on a second. You're saying she can change the weather just with the power of her mind?
Yeah, any of the mini games like that can feel tedious if all you're going for is sort of if you don't legitimately enjoy it by itself.
Let us not forget that this is one of the 7 Archons. If Liyue's Morax could form Guyun's stone forest by casting down his stone spears, then it should come as no great surprise that the Raiden Shogun is capable of summoning an eternal tempest. Suffice it to say that if you wish to journey to Inazuma, the Alcor will need some time. You will be In the meantime, I intend to embark on a journey of my own. I will travel all across the vast lands of Liyue in the hope of finding a way to reawaken the vision.
Paimon believes you'll find a way for sure.
Thank you. May both our journeys prove meaningful.
Way back in the day when I played Magic, if you're curious, it was around the era of Chronicles and Ice Age, and a little before. My only talent at deck building was to be as annoying as possible. And I don't mean like counter spells and that kind of thing. I mean, mutually assured destruction was fine.
One final word of warning. The part of your journey that lies after the storm may well prove to be the most arduous.
Man, given the distance between Liyue and Inazuma, that's got to be a long ride. What was it? So I would focus on playing multiplayer games, like more than 2 players, I should say. And the goal with deck construction was to pick a color, and that anybody playing that color didn't get to play the game. Like, didn't matter. I had one where if I targeted that color and you played a land of that color, uh, then you would have to sacrifice 1 land for every mana of that color that you used. And then any spell that you played of that type that did damage, like if a creature did damage or a spell did damage, you would take the same amount. Yeah, there are multiple formats for like mass numbers of players. There are a lot of different special rules for it. As far as like the game simulations and whatnot of Magic, they're usually the one-on-one standard mode. The stipulation, hey, is that none of my content is guaranteed to be oriented towards children. So I generally say children should avoid the channel, but that's the warning, you know?
I hear the voice of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication.
As far as the Discord has come up, there's never been an issue. It's not like this channel or the Discord is like adult content. It's more that the presence of very young minors tends to completely change the vibe of a setting. I do have a Discord spectator. If you take a look at the YouTube videos, the live streams, there's a link. You may never have heard about it because I often forget to mention it. Where are we going? Hey there, Melinda. Nick. It is not explicitly a problem there, hey, but as maybe mentioned, explicitly calling out that you are that you might be subject to terms of service violations as far as the application is concerned, probably not your best bet.
May the glory of the Prinzessin bring light to this world.
I guess just to catch everybody that has expressed interest in the Discord, just like the channel, we are not a channel that targets an audience of, let's say, we don't target children, which means content may be inappropriate for children. We don't target like adult content, like explicitly or explicit content at all. But I can't guarantee that there won't be something there that might be considered inappropriate. And additionally, just like maybe mentioned, there are things like YouTube and Discord policies that you might run afoul of if you actively declare that you are under the age that is appropriate for the program that you are using. So exercise proper discretion and don't be a nuisance. But otherwise, yes, if you take a look at the YouTube, either the VODs or the live stream descriptions, and I think the Twitch stream about should have a link to a link tree that'll
I
get
hear
you
the
there
voice
too.
of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication.
All right, where are we going? Where are we going? There we go. So far, my favorite voice barks are from Fischl. I'm looking forward to seeing if there's somebody that can top Fischl as far as comical for me.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. What can I do for you, traveler? Ah, yes. I've heard that you've already made arrangements with the captain of the Crux fleet regarding your passage to Inazuma. Is that correct? Now that I think about it, it's been quite some time since I last visited those lands. Unfortunately, I don't have any current intel that would be worth sharing with you.
Stretching my limbs a bit here.
There you are. You're the traveler that Beidou will be taking to Inazuma, right? The fleet is nearly completed reprovisioning. Once the crews have taken a head count, we can get underway.
I've been gaming for a large portion of my life, so things like proper wrist and arm stretches are very important to avoid nerve complications.
Captain Beidou sent me to come get you. We'll weigh anchor as soon as you're aboard.
Seems Beidou is the captain of her word.
Of course! There are many things that the captain insists upon. I'm sure you'll see for yourself once you're on board.
So you'll be heading off then? I suppose congratulations are in order. Whether the journey before you leads to the heights of the heavens or the depths of the abyss, each step you take is another achievement. Until we meet again, Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Did they ever explain what that means, what she's saying?
Oh, it's kind of hard to say goodbye now. We practically see each other every day.
Well, if that's how you feel, why not come and find me when you arrive? I'll be awaiting you on Narukami Island.
So there's another Catherine in Inazuma? See? There's no need to get all sappy now.
Well, I guess it's time for you to bid farewell to Liyue Harbor. Now that I've delivered my message, I'll be heading back. The ship is currently anchored off of Guyun Stone Forest.
The ship is still anchored off of Guyun Stone Forest.
Okay, thanks for coming all this way to let us know.
Just following orders. I'll see you two aboard the Alcor.
Let's see. Because I know she has the little swing animation. Where she conjures a, like a magical swing and hangs from and sits on it. Like that. Doing on wishes. Let's see, we've got about 3 there, 2 there, so we need 4 more. That'll be a ways. And then we need 3 more on these. Okay.
Ah, you finally made it. All these years, come rain or storm, the Crux fleet has never suffered a delay. If it were anyone else, I might have set sail already. Don't look too serious, I'm only joking. You're just on time. The crew have just finished making final preparations. Well, now that everyone's here...
Now that everybody's here, let's do a cat check. Ember and Sky all snuggled up. We still have Sherbet, so Mason and Sammy are still hiding out.
We set sail for the land engulfed by storm and tempest. The nation of eternity.
Anchors away!
Those water wheels pumping backwards. I kind of feel like we should have had an animation of going through the thunderstorm. Wasted opportunity.
Ahoy there.
He's wearing buttons.
So, you finally made it. You sure kept me waiting, Captain. And it appears we have a couple of stowaways. Or perhaps I should say, honored guests.
Shush!
You can blame your almighty Shogun. The tempests around Inazuma have been growing all the more fierce lately. Though the fleet was fully up to the challenge, the inclement weather still caused some delay. Now then, let me introduce everyone. This is Toma, a trade partner that I've gotten to know recently.
You don't know how long I've been waiting to
Quote,
see you.
trade partner, end quote.
Toma, these two are...
Oh, no need for introductions. Their reputation precedes them. Seems even the stormy seas can't keep rumors of these outlanders' sterling deeds at bay.
Oh, it's sure nice to hear you say that.
False choices.
With any luck, it'll give you a head start here. Toma's resided on Rito for quite some time now. It wouldn't be going too far to say he's the fixer around these parts. If you run into any problems here, just talk to Toma. But if he tries to pull any moves on you, I'll be sure to deal with him personally the next time I'm around.
No need to worry. I'm sure we'll get along just fine.
Good. Then if it's all settled, I'll be going. I wouldn't want to be caught with my sails down here. I do have a wanted fugitive on board after all.
Oh, right. Kazuha.
Until next time, traveler. Remember to give it your all, no matter what perilous storms you may encounter.
Fair seas, Captain Beto. Bye-bye!
Is Paimon trying to do a whole pirate thing there?
Now then, first things first. We need to go get you registered at the border checkpoint.
Paimon thought we were supposed to be keeping things on the down low. Are we just gonna walk into the government's hands?
Don't underestimate the reaches of the Sakoku Decree. You wouldn't be able to avoid inspection even if you tried. So we have to play by the rules, even if we're kind of bending them.
Some big fish. Fishing minigame's not bad. I'm kind of ambivalent towards them in a lot of
Please
games.
state your name, identity, and the purpose of your visit. Oh, except you, Toma. You must be new here. Excuse me? Please provide the information requested and also declare any goods you are carrying with you. Oh, well, I'm sorry. We cannot approve entry for purely personal reasons. So, unless you have a valid reason for visiting in accordance with the rules... My apologies, but I'll have to ask you to...
Here are the entry papers, for your kind perusal.
What? Ugh, take your time. No rush or anything.
I just wanted to see what you'd say. Sorry about that.
I see. Okay. Your papers are all in order. Welcome to Rito.
So, where do we go next?
The Outlander Affairs Agency. They only check entry permits here. If you want to remain on Rito, there's a process you have to go through with them.
Sheesh. So it is super strict, just like everyone says.
Well, first you need an approved application for permission to enter permit, and then you need to go and get your approval for permission to enter permit, and then you get your application for permission to enter permit, and then you get your permission to enter permit. Once you've got your permission to enter permit, you can go through the 3-stage approval to request the opportunity to stay permit. Then once you've got all 3 of those signed in triplicate with stamps, you can get your permission to apply to stay.
Well, let's not forget that to everyday folk in Inazuma, people from everywhere else are referred to as outsiders. As the word suggests, Outlanders aren't very welcome in Inazuma with the Sakoku Decree in force. Not even on Rito, where they've established an outsider settlement. I like how you think. I've got a feeling we're going to get along very well. Now, let's head over to the Outlander Affairs Agency. Most of the current rules were put in place by the administration of Rito, the Kanjo Commission.
The Kanjo Commission?
Yes, one branch of the Tri-Commission of Inazuma, responsible for growing and managing the nation's wealth. You really haven't heard of it before?
Loot all the things, Dragon Quest the whole town. Trading Company Branch Manager. Franchise.
flowers and jewelry from Liu. You can't find a better deal anywhere else.
Sorry. I need to think the Outlanders are out. Feel free to visit the International Trade Association.
Kitty. President of the International Trade Association.
This is the Outlander Affairs Agency. Please have your documents and proof of identification ready.
You've completed the entry procedures, yes? And now you want to apply for residency? Both of you?
Yes, please.
Okay, the processing fee will be 2 million mora.
2 million? For a processing fee? Are you serious?
That's right. 1 million per applicant, which makes 2 million total. Don't worry, you can trust my math.
Paimon wasn't so much questioning your math as...
Ma'am, these two here are good friends of mine. I think you'll find I'm one face you recognize.
Ah, Mr. Toma, it's you. By way of courtesy, allow me to reduce it to...
Thank you ever so much, Miss Eureka. But as this is just a processing fee, I think 600 mora should cover it if I'm paying on their behalf. I'll treat you to dinner too. How does that sound?
What about a bribe of food? Would you accept a bribe?
That's not how you haggle! By all means, bargain the price down, but...
All right then, as you wish, Mr. Toma. I will make a record.
Much obliged.
Corrupt bureaucracy.
What? She went from 2 million down to 600? There's something seriously wrong with people's sense of finance around here!
It's not as mind-boggling as you think. A processing fee is just a figure of speech. The way some here at the agency see it, the fees are easy money, so it becomes a question of how much they can make.
Yep. Corrupt bureaucracy.
So when the day comes that some poor merchant from overseas with more money than sense gets stuck here and needs to apply for residency...
Then they'll milk them for all they're worth!
Exactly. It's at times like this that having a local friend really comes in handy. Yes, but when you're an outlander in Inazuma, far from home in this closed nation era, there's very little that can be done about it. The most that overseas merchants can do to look after themselves is stick together. That's how the International Trade Association came about.
So it's a trade association built by and for Outlanders?
Yep. And as well as advancing commercial interests, the association provides help, support, and structure for Outlanders trying to survive on Rito.
We are still in the let me tell you about this place stage.
Essentially, it's an association devoted to both commercial excellence and survival skills.
Sounds like just staying alive is an achievement when you're an Outlander in Inazuma.
I see. So this is the real purpose of your trip. Yes, given that you are Outlanders, it's certainly a lofty aspiration. After all, the Raiden Shogun is the most exalted and revered one in all of Inazuma. She is a deity who reigns on high, while all other life gazes up in awe. Huh. I was going to say nothing is set in stone when it comes to who you will encounter in this world. Who's to say you won't happen to run into the Raiden Shogun one day after lunch?
Really is. So in Mondstadt, we were dealing with an absentee god. In Liwa, it was an enthroned god where you really get the impression that they were just tired and wanted to be done with it. And now we're getting to see a god that is acting like a god. getting some of that Zeus vibe. But perhaps less rapey.
Uh-huh. And is that likely?
At least one would hope.
Okay, I'll give it to you straight. I know of a way to introduce you to the Raiden Shogun.
Really? Wow! The Rito Fixer is better connected than we thought.
I mean, it will take all the resources I have at my disposal, but it can be done. However, before we get there, connections come at a high price, you understand?
Not you too!
No. In this instance, when I say price, I'm not talking about Mora. In fact, there's no real cost as such. It's just that if this is something you really want, you'll have to agree to help other people solve some of their problems first.
There will be side quests.
I like to do things in a way that keeps everybody happy. It's my own personal rule for dealing with situations like this.
Sounds very reasonable to Paimon. You're the man in the middle, so you have to trade favors to keep everyone indebted to you.
Why do I get the feeling you're making me out to be some sort of crook? Never mind.
Because you've been called a fixer. Usually that sort of profession is not associated with anything on the up and up.
Here's the situation. As I touched upon earlier, the members of the International Trade Association are constantly struggling to survive. Recently, things seem to have gotten more difficult than ever for them, so just go and check things out. See if there's any way you can help. The head of the association is called Caricio, and he's a good friend of mine. Go talk to him. I'll wait for you here.
Okay, but first... Oh, there's a doodad up there. Good guards, very well trained. Well, this is just rude. The well-raked sand garden here. Just trample on through all this. Man, these mint plants are prolific. Find them all over the place. There we go. Look at all this stuff we need to go find. Doke. Oak. Unlimited power.
Lightning flash!
Okay. That one with a charge up mode too. Or in Thundershock. Okay, this makes him into an energy generator. Neat. And it changes his color to purple, which I approve of. Leaves blowing in the wind around the trees. Running, jumping, climbing on trees. Properly orient on the map.
I see everything.
Alright, those are just pretty, not harvestable. Suppose they didn't have the grab this sparkle. Ah, okay. Fine, I guess we'll do the plot line. We need to gather doodads anyway. Thingies, you know, tokens.
Huh? Hello there. You must be seeking refuge with the International Trade Association. The Outlander Affairs Agency took you for all you're worth, I suppose. Ah, good. That's a relief. You need to be careful, or you'll find yourself losing your savings all at once.
We heard the association has been having some difficulties lately. Is that true?
Yes. Left, right, and center. Obstacles at every turn. But that's nothing new for us.
The Sakoku decree certainly makes things difficult for anyone who wants to come here from overseas.
But it's not the root cause of our woes. The Sakoku decree might restrict our scope of activity, but in and of itself, it doesn't stop us from being able to enjoy a comfortable existence. No. What's really squeezing us Outlander merchants dry is those Mora grubbers from the Kanjo Commission.
Oh, of the 3 commissions, that's the one that oversees everything on retail, isn't it?
Okay, so you want me to kill them?
That's right.
Gotcha.
They impose
I'm off.
astronomical tax rate, unbelievable regulations, and that's not the worst of it. They just issued a new tax decree recently that, for some reason, completely changes the way we pay our taxes. It used to be Mora, but now it's something called Crystal Marrow.
Crystal Marrow? What's that?
Something that most of us in the association had never heard of before either, until the new decree came along. Eventually, one of the older Liyue merchants recalled that he once shipped a batch of it to Snezhnaya in his youth. So, in order to pay our taxes, we began an arduous search for this crystal marrow. But then we found we'd only managed to create a bigger problem for ourselves. The rising demand for crystal marrow drove the price higher and higher. Now there's only one vendor who even has it in stock. We can't get a hold of it anywhere else.
Isn't that what they call a monopoly?
Exactly. So this vendor keeps pushing the price up, and we have no choice but to buy from them because the tax decree forces us to. It's a vicious cycle, the consequence of which is that our taxes will soon exceed our profits. And once that happens, we've tried communicating with the Commission directly. But this is a nation where the cries of a few struggling merchants will never be heard over the ever-present roar of thunder. Fontaine, my dear homeland. I miss you an awful lot at the moment.
Sounds awful. They're really bleeding them dry.
Wasn't it that people were speculating or have been outright told that Fontaine is the next area?
What do you think we should do?
Don't recall.
That vendor. I've actually done business with him in the past, but after a point he stopped contacting us. I have no idea where he sources the stuff.
Well, it definitely sounds like he's being unfair. How do we find him? We could go talk to him and see if he lets anything slip.
Hey, that's a pretty good idea. Since you're not affiliated with the association and you're new to Rito, he may just let his guard down. If I remember correctly, our usual meeting point with him is under a tree by the coast in the residential district. See if you can find him there.
Got it! We're on the case!
Would have to assume that eventually you go to that Snezhnaya place too. Perhaps in the future. Future patch or something like that.
I don't think I recognize you. Are you new arrivals? So, what do you need with me? The sheer nerve. You don't go around asking questions like that. If I gave you my sources, I might as well hand you the whole darn business. Trade secret, got it? You know what trade and secret mean, right?
This guy's got a bad attitude.
Ha! Are you even buying? Oh, I see what's going on here. Karisu and his associates sent you here to try and plead their case, didn't they? They're wasting their time. The price is non-negotiable, not by a single Mora.
Hey, what's your problem?
Get out of here, go on. Tell them they're lucky to be buying from me in the first place, and they ought to be more grateful. If it weren't for me, they'd be in seriously hot water.
What are we gonna do? There's no talking to this guy. Good idea. Let's check back in with him.
Oh, food vendor. Dry braised salted fish. Are you actually a stall? You are not.
That was quick. You resolved it already?
Actually, we're having a little trouble.
No? Well, by all means, tell me what you need. I'll help as much as I can. Getting you to go fixing things when you've only just arrived is quite a demand. Oh, that guy? I'm familiar. He used to be a bit of a sorry sight, selling shells that he'd collect on the beach just to get by, but he seems to have suddenly shot up in the world recently. I can only assume he must have found himself a patron after leaving the International Trade Association.
Huh. You're saying he used to be a member of the International Trade Association? So he's an Outlander too?
I mean, given his name.
Yes. Couldn't you tell when you spoke to him? That's right. Werner was born in Mondstadt, then went into the shipping business, trading between Leah and Inazuma. When Inazuma closed to the outside world, he was one of a group of Outlanders that ended up stranded on Rito.
What a bummer!
The International Trade Association was initially very generous to him, but over time, with decree after decree, the association members found it increasingly difficult to make ends meet.
So he left the association and turned his back on them.
I'm sure it's more nuanced than that. I believe even the most ungrateful and cold-hearted of people still have some amount of gratitude and warmth left in them somewhere.
Really? Is that all you need to know?
Well then, it sounds like you may have found a way in with him.
I mean, sure, whatever. But it seems we've gained very little actionable information. Oh man,
What
I
are you
found out
doing
where
back
you're
here?
from.
Just because I got plenty of time on my hands doesn't mean I want to waste any of it talking to you. Huh? Where's this coming from? Mondstadt? You were talking about Mondstadt.
Let's see, what do I have an overabundance of that I can chuck at him? Here you go.
Goodness, I can sense it now. So familiar, but I can't remember the last time I was there. The scent of Mondstadt. Oh, how it takes me back. Oh, my hometown, the home of freedom. How I long to go back and visit.
It's working!
So, trying to play my heartstrings like a liar, are you? I know what you're up to. Huh? What is this? What are you up to now?
Close your eyes and then stab him and shove him back into the water. Problem solved.
Just close your eyes already!
You mean the sound of the ocean? Leah Harbor. I can see it so clearly. Oh, and the sound of the waves. The calls of the merchants. Xiao lanterns. I'm right there at the lantern right. Oh, look at them floating up into the sky.
This man is weirdly suggestible. Like, how has nobody mentioned something like this to him before and have him go into this sort of fugue state where he's remembering everything about any location at a bare mention of something related to it.
This guy has a really active imagination. Either that or he really does miss Liyue Harbor.
Liyue. Oop. Wait. Stop. That's enough. Don't make me relive it anymore. My poor heart can't take it. You mean the folks from the International Trade Association? And I suppose they are far from home, just like me. Often, I'll sneak down to the shore at night and listen to the sound of the waves. I like to imagine it's the voice of my hometown, carried across the ocean. I've run into folks from the association more than a few times doing just that, but I always hide my face and slip away. Don't you think I've wanted to talk things through with them and free myself from this anguish?
Well, no one's stopping you, so...
They're so resilient. None of them had anyone else to rely on, so they rallied together, committed to finding a way to survive. But I couldn't do it. I'm not strong enough. So I caved. Those people, they'd make the smallest of promises, offer the most measly benefits, and I'd do whatever they asked of me. And make Mondstadters look like the worst people in the world. All right, I'll tell you the whole story. It's eating me up inside, and I can't take it anymore.
Like, this guy was real. Other merchants have come to him to make deals with him, and surely one of them mentioned, like, man, I wish I was back home doing that thing, and that thing would cause him to drift off and wax poetic.
You ready to talk now?
But I betrayed them. I can't show my face there.
Come on, you scaredy cat. Look, you messed up, but now it's time to make things right. So come on, get it off your chest. What's the deal here?
It's a scheme by the tax collection Ashigaru, Keijiro and his companions. They start by overtaxing the merchants, then take the extra crystal marrow they receive and stockpile it. Once the merchants run out of places to buy crystal marrow, they get me to sell that extra stock back to the merchants at an extortionate price, with the proceeds going to the tax collection Ashigaru.
It's just... It's plain evil gouging them like this.
I'm their puppet, yes. But my cut is a tiny fraction of what we take in total. It's barely enough for me to live on. Evidence? You're right. Without conclusive evidence, he will never admit it. Now that I think about it, whenever I report back to him after a sale, he always heads to the same place. It's always made me suspicious. As it happens, I handed some Mora over to him not long ago. I can show you where he went if you want.
Really? Well, then there's no time to lose. Let's go.
The fact that they're binding me to the entrance like this, I mean, I'm missing out on a lot of quality stabbing time, folks.
Keijiro! It's him!
After him!
Should I close early?
No, I haven't done one of these wonky pseudo-stealth sequences.
Which one should I choose?
Sorry. I need to think about it. Ah, Ryoko, how's business?
All the better thanks to your generous patronage. Should I close
Good. Thankfully, I earn plenty these days.
Oh, but of course, tax collection is difficult work.
Now, who else is behind on...
He's getting further and further away! Let's catch up a little.
I am stealthy.
What was that sound?
Quiet! Don't let him find us!
Must be hearing things. Drat, I'm behind schedule. I need to hurry.
He's getting further and further away! Let's catch up a little.
Treasure box over there just mocking me with a distance.
What could he be doing at a place like this?
It looked like he buried something over there, didn't it? Why don't we take a look?
Sneaking.
Whoa, it's a ledger. Boring! Paimon thought he'd hidden a big pile of Mora here. Yeah.
Let me take a look here. Ah, yes! This is what we're looking for. A clear and complete record of every single transaction, each one proof of his guilt.
Well, it's nice that he kept a, comprehensive record of all of his crimes. So if the past several years have told us anything, that seems to be a grossly common practice amongst the stupidly corrupt.
Great! Well, now we have our hard evidence. Let's go tell Karisu the good news, shall we?
I'll say goodbye to you here then.
Huh? You aren't gonna come with us?
I need a little more time before I'm ready to face the head of the association. I'm sorry.
Huh. Poor Werner's a pretty awkward guy, huh?
Any goodies? Anything?
Is there really
Legendary treasure. You heard that? Oh, that's problematic. Friend who's been to Inazuma before, he told me a lot of legends about the treasures in Inazuma. He also mentioned a lot of places like Konda Village, or whatever that place is called. Sadly, I can't leave Rito just yet. If you can figure out a way to get into Inazuma, could you help me ask around? Aren't you afraid I might just take the treasures for myself? I don't think you will. After all, I haven't told you the most important piece of information yet. And if you find out anything about it, you'll still need clues from me to continue. I, on the other hand, am no expert adventurer. I need a helping hand. Information, we can strike up a partnership. Rest assured, I will pay you handsomely. Probably not true, but whatever, dude. You do have to like her little arms out airplane run. Whee!
But we really don't have anything left. If this keeps up, our sales will come in at a loss. There'll be nothing left for us to do but starve.
You know the decree. The rules are the rules. No discounts, no exceptions, and no excuses. And who are you? Another new member of the association?
It just so happens that we little ledger, so now we're here to tell everyone all about how you embezzled crystal marrow to sell it right back to the taxpayers.
Huh? Is this true? You've been swindling us!
Well, you see, the taxes,
Let me take a look at the ledger. Well, would you look at that? Every payment the association has made is right here in your personal ledger. So, Mr. Keijiro, it seems you have some explaining to do. How shall we settle this,
Beatings.
So you think you can use this against me, do you? It's quite obvious that I'm merely trying to earn a modest living for myself, like anyone else.
Word has it that Samurai and the Commission place great importance on reputation and prestige. Though I'm sure Commission members won't blame you once word gets out.
Huh? Is that a threat? Are you threatening me?
Yes.
No, not at all. I'm simply stating that it would be quite a pity if an illustrious gentleman such as yourself were to have their reputation tarnished.
Oh, that was very much a nice story you've got here. It'd be a shame if any of it burned down. We progressed very quickly from turning you into the authorities to blackmailing you towards racketeering.
Well, even if what you say is true, what do you suggest we do about it?
I believe you still have a quantity of crystal marrow in your possession, correct? Perhaps that crystal marrow could be used as compensation for the recent tax hike, and us merchants could finally have some more breathing room.
Is that it?
Oh, do you have any idea the hoops I had to jump through to get the crystal marrow and keep it hidden? Fine. In that case, I'll send it over to you today.
And not even an ounce of shame for his actions.
So that's it? My shop's been closed for weeks now. I've even had to ask my friends to help bail me out. What about my losses?
Come on, Harrison. We've already struck a good deal here.
I'm sick of being pushed around like this. I won't let him off so easily.
Harrison!
Hey, what's all this racket? Does someone dare question the decree?
Ah, Chief, you've arrived.
What was all the commotion I heard just now?
Oh, we were just discussing a minor tax issue. I do my utmost to lend them a helping hand, but they're never grateful.
I get that they're trying to imply, like, oh, he's going to turn it around on them. They can just hand the guy the ledger.
A helping hand? The only thing you're doing is stuffing your greedy pockets with our hard-earned wealth. I assure you that Hirage Shinsuke will hear of this.
Oh, and you dare to utter the Commissioner's name. You Outlanders have no respect for the rules. Seize the merchants. We will resolve this dispute back at headquarters.
Uh-oh. This is going in a bad direction.
Gentlemen, come now.
I see.
Is
No,
there
wider
any need
spread
for
corruption.
this? If
Of
there's
course.
a dispute to resolve, let's get a drink and talk it over.
Who are you supposed to be? And why in my right mind would I join you for a drink?
You never heard of the Fixer?
Here's my card.
Huh. You're from the Yashiro Commission.
Shh.
Huh. Well, this is Kanjo Commission territory. However powerful the Yashiro Commission may be, you have no business meddling in Rito's affairs.
Of course not, of course not. Still, perhaps you could show the young...
Okay, so I'm guessing it's supposed to be that he's, like, holding this, but they interrupted the text to show it. They've done this a couple of times before, and sometimes the vocals continue behind it or not.
Lady of our clan, some courtesy. You wouldn't want your name showing up in a petition to the Shogun, would you?
That fan. The Shirasagi Himegimi.
Wow. I've heard that one before.
I don't need any trouble with her.
Okay, let's forget all this. It'll give us one less thing to worry about.
But, Chief!
Enough! We're leaving.
Let's get dinner one day soon, gentlemen. My treat, I insist. No response, huh? I suppose that bridge is well and truly burned then.
Thank you so much, Toma. But I'm sorry your relationship with the Kanjo Commission had to suffer for our sake.
Hey, I was joking. It's a small price to pay, and you're more than welcome. If there's anyone you should be thanking, it's the Traveler. He's the... If nothing else, I'm sure the tax collection Ashigaru will tread a little more carefully in the future.
What was all that?
Shh, not here. Too many people listening. Let's move somewhere else.
You're gonna blow my poorly concealed cover.
Corruption seems rife in the Kanjo Commission. They truly are rotten to the core. All right, time for me to answer your questions. What would you like to know? Straight to the point. Let me reintroduce myself. I belong to the Kamisato clan of the Yashiro Commission on Narukami Island. I'm an attendant of the Shirasagi Himegimi.
You've been keeping your true identity a secret from us this whole time?
How could you not be completely honest with some total strangers that just showed up on the island with a, admitted vouchsafe from somebody you know, but still?
So, the Yashiro Commission. Guessing that's another branch of the Tri-Commission?
Correct. The Kamisato clan is the head of the Yashiro Commission, who manage ceremonial and cultural affairs. I'd go into more detail on what exactly that covers, but I'm not even sure myself. I'm just someone who was fortunate enough to be taken in by the Kamisato clan. My role is to take care of the daughter of the clan, Kamisato Ayaka, also known as the Shirasagi Himegimi.
Seems like she must be super famous in Inazuma, given the reaction of those guys just now.
Oh, most definitely. She's graceful, dignified, and kind-hearted, too. The people of Inazuma quite adore Miss Kamisato. Her fame even somewhat eclipses that of her older brother, Kamisato Ayato, despite the fact that he's the current head of the clan. I suppose those who treat others with compassion earn themselves the same treatment in return. Miss Kamisato's situation certainly seems to attest to that. Take me, for example. I'm just an attendant, and yet she treats me as an equal, as she would a friend. You're asking the right questions, and to be honest, I don't want to keep you in the dark any more than is necessary. Firstly, you should know that being a fixer is not something you can fake. I spent the better part of a month tirelessly building up a network of relationships on the island, and I got to know Captain Beto during that time too.
Still pretty good going for just a month's work.
Well, maybe I have a slight knack for schmoozery. But the main thing was, I had to make sure I'd be in time to receive you when you arrived.
Real quick, we're going to have a break again, folks. I will be right back. Getting settled back in, folks. Gotta reclaim my seat from Sky here. Alrighty, alrighty. Folks enjoying the narrative here? We're in a pretty talky part of the game.
Inazuma may have closed off to the outside world, but that hasn't stopped a lot of people from hearing about your feats in Mondstadt and Liyue. So, when Miss Kamisato heard of your intention to come to Inazuma, she began looking forward to your arrival with great anticipation. She's excited to find out whether the rumors are true. That is, that you have what it takes to change the tide of the times.
Change the tide of the times?
In the test I gave you earlier, although there were a few hiccups at the end, it was you who found the way to turn the situation around.
There we go. Tracking is misbehaving, it would seem. Just a moment. All right, Melinda. Trying to fix something here. There we go. There we go. Hello. I thought you had to go until tomorrow.
Navigating powerful people, using their character flaws to your advantage. It's just what Miss Kamisato had hoped to see. With your help, even the Vision Hunt decree... That's an unexpected development. Perhaps our sources were misleading.
Wow. So the Traveler suddenly became incredibly driven. I mean, narratively, it makes sense. The discovering their sister thing, but I thought the whole point of talking with the Archons was as much to find his sister, and now talking to the Archons is even more important. I'm not sure I get the connection there. All right. Catch you later, Melinda.
Yes, of course. I completely understand, and as agreed, I shall help set that up for you.
Toma sure didn't put up much of a fight.
Well, my work on Rito is done. So I suppose this is goodbye for now. Oh, one more thing. This invitation letter is for you. When you get to Narukami Island, you can find me at the Komori Tea House, as per the letter. Good luck with everything. See you soon.
Like, a sudden refocusing of objective makes sense,
such
but...
a bad guy, huh? We should get going.
But the idea that the... Like, oh, I really need to see the Archons now. I don't get how that refocuses, you know? Hey there, Emby. Welcome. Glad to have you join us. Yeah, I don't get... So like I was saying, this follows the point where the sister is discovered again, and that she is very fixed on the, like, hey, the Abyss is the correct team, you should join me. And he is puzzled by that, because the Abyss seems to be kind of team evil. And he's trying to figure out, well, what's going on with that? And while his goal is still to meet the Archons, which it's one thing to preserve the goal, it's weird that he should become callously driven to that goal, as opposed to having a separate goal of learning more about the Abyss Order and why his sister might be working with them. I feel like they sort of like twisted up the objectives there.
Huh? What's up? Oh, right! Paimon forgot all about that!
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have been such a jerk to the guy who might have been able to help you arrange that. I mean, that's good. That's good. It's an aspect of a lot of long-running games is seeing if they actively try to improve the whole content of the game in addition to cranking out content that will make them money. So, like, how much effort is put into a pure cash shop versus the rest of the content. And I'm seeing good content thus far in Genshin Impact, which is, I think, the thing that makes it not feel like a gacha title to me. Is the game is actively engaging, even outside of the pull mechanics, you know?
Wait, so did Toma forget that too? Oh, darn it! No wonder he was so matter-of-fact about the whole thing! As soon as we get off Ritu, Paimon's going straight to Komura Tea House to settle the score! Well, guess we should give it a try. Let's head to the border and see how far we get.
You know, no spoilers or anything, but have they ever... do they eventually explain what the heck Paimon is? Aside from cute hovering mascot that nobody questions. That's one of the reasons, NB, that I sort of lament the design schedule or the development schedule surrounding the Monster Hunter games, is that they tend to have the team working on the next one before the prior team is done with the former one. So it's not like they start the development process having learned the lessons from the immediately prior game. Like, I think it's like 5 or something like that. The team that was working on Rise was working on it before World was done. And the team that is working on the next more mainline Monster Hunter started working on it before Rise was done. So any sort of lessons learned from the prior titles are likely to coming after elements of the core gameplay are already solidified, which is a real shame. Is that a book? I think that's a book.
Stop
Give
there.
book.
Present your travel permits.
Sorry, but we really gotta get to Narukami Island. It's kinda urgent.
If you don't have a travel permit, this is as far as you'll get. Those are the rules.
As expected. Traveler, you gotta think of something. How do we get out of Rito? Are you saying we should go and meet with the Kanjo Commissioner? Guess it can't hurt to try, even if Paimon has a few choice words to say about his subordinates.
Well, that's the thing. Genshin is a model that is never done. Monster Hunter is a title that is released in segments, as in, you know, World was released and then Iceborne was the expansion to it. And they have patches and extended content within them, but the core game systems are largely in place at the release of it. Like, we're seeing some new systems introduced. Like, it looks like Inazuma is the first time that we see the little boat. And then in Sumeru, there is the little tether thing. So we're seeing new systems introduced as they go along. So the patches of Genshin are more akin to the release cycle of, say, Monster Hunter. So a big new patch, like a new content drop, is more like a whole new game. Now, Honkai is very pretty. My general concern with that is that in what I played of Honkai, it reminded me a lot more of a standard gacha model. It does have JRPG elements, which I think might make it still worth a little look. But it lost. I'm not seeing indications of as much exploration. I could be wrong on that, but I've been told that there isn't as much. And that kind of pushes it into where is the game, you know? Aside from getting shiny new characters, where is the game? And I didn't find the combat in that one to be as interesting. It is very much elemental weakness whack-a-mole.
Who knows? Maybe he's our biggest fan.
Hit them in a soft spot until their shield breaks in order to apply a status condition. Repeat until dead. Isn't any specialer than anything else I'm seeing. It is flashier and prettier. The music is good. I'm sorry, the combat is flashy and pretty. But that is in part the nature of a turn-based game. Like, you can't have super duper long animations if you're going for an action game. Now, with that said, if I needed a title to play on, say, like my phone while I was waiting for stuff, it would be Star Rail over top of Genshin, 100%.
Halt! This is the Kanjo Commissioner's office. No trespassers.
We are here to see, the Kanjo Commissioner?
The Kanjo Commissioner seldom entertains Outlanders. Leave now or we'll be forced to...
Ah, wait.
Oh, Commissioner!
These two are honored guests from afar. No need to give them the usual spiel.
Spiel?
Come on in. Let's see what we can do for you.
Huh. Did you get all that, mister?
That's the second fear, or that's another fear with any game that is of this nature, is how much content do they keep reinvesting? Like, how much development resource goes into getting new areas? Now, it taking a long time is whatever. But how much effort do they put into the new content? Like, what do we see and how does it compound? It's possible. You kind of want to see experimentation with any title. Like, they should be trying new things. At the same time, you don't want to get into, and I know we're going off target, folks. This does happen. An example that I would point to is a game called Warframe. Warframe experiments with a lot of new features, but they suffer from accretion. And that's that they don't generally go back and re-explore new features with any frequency. But they'll create it and they'll say, isn't this cute? And then they move on. And that feature kind of vanishes from the core gameplay loop unless you intentionally go and revisit it. I would like to see in Genshin that they had, like, woven features back in once they solidified. Like the little boats. It would be cool if those appeared in the Mondstadt and Liwa areas. And assuming that they decide to keep it, the little tether launcher feature in Sumeru would be interesting in some other areas too. I know they tie it to the little, you poke the plant and the plant creates the pods around, but you could come up with area-specific things, Or if they don't, big deal. It's interesting to have the different areas have different traversal mechanisms. But, like I said, I like what I'm seeing. Oh, yes. I don't disagree. The desert and the jungle climates, it would be kind of neat if they differentiated those more. That feels like they could have had two... Those could have been two entirely different regions. Because they do. Very different feel to them in all ways. Visually, thematically, all kinds of stuff.
My sincere apologies.
Now that said, my interactions with Sumeru have entirely been running around unlocking all the stuff. Given the scale and the different climates and whatnot, that may have been the thing that cost them so much extra time in developing it. And that's another spot that you always want to be careful of is, or that I wish they would be careful of, is overloading content drops. You need to meet that
I am
sweet
Hiragi
spot,
Shinsuke, Kanjo Commissioner and head of the Hiragi clan. It's an honor to meet you both.
You don't want them so infrequent that people don't want to come back, but you don't want them so frequent that when people do come back, they are disappointed. In that it's like, oh, it's this big content drop. It's like, neat, there's an extra quest. I tend to compliment Final Fantasy XIV a lot in that, but that said, their development pattern is one of the big selling points of the game. They have, like, clockwork. It's like every couple months there will be a content drop. It will contain some new main story quest, and it will contain, like, new dungeons to go through. And you'll be able to look at it and say, like, oh, every so many patches there will be this, every so many patches there will be that. So even if you get tired of the current content, there is something to say, hey, in the next month, I could come back and look at it. And if you can do that with a game, and the content that you come back to is like, ooh, satisfying, then great. Hey there.
Nice to meet you, sir. So, the reason we wanted to come and see you was because...
All right, all in good time. Two travelers renowned far and wide have shown up to see me, and I should very much like to make their acquaintance. Let's not limit this to business only.
So what you're saying is, we really are pretty famous, huh?
I am famous. You are in my proximity. Quiet you.
Absolutely. How many other people in the world have what it takes to knock the wind out of Storm Terror's sails and put the Overlord of the Vortex back under the sea, eh?
excellent point.
And I hear you also foiled a Fatui plot in Liyue Harbor. Even beat one of their harbingers in a duel. Is that true?
Whoa, you heard about that too? Yep, it's true, all right.
As I thought.
Something wrong?
No. I'm simply awestruck by you both is all. Rito is greatly honored to have you visit us. One other thing I heard about you is your great zeal for helping other people. This makes me wonder whether you might be so kind as to render your assistance to the Conjo Commission.
Oh, sure, no problem. Whatever you need, right?
Excellent. Well then.
Side quests, it's what I do.
You must know the Qingxian. A flower grows on the mountaintops of Liyue.
Yep, we've picked a few of those before. So, you want us to go back to Liyue?
Is the whole I can teleport between monuments not canonical?
Yes, bring me 300 Qingxian, would you? Freshly picked, I mean.
Did Paimon hear that wrong?
Too much trouble, is it? I see. Then how about this? We have a few items that need delivering. Perhaps you can help with that?
That sounds much more like it.
709 letters to be precise.
Hey, what gives? How come you don't have people to do that already?
Terribly sorry. We're just a little short on people lately.
What sort of an explanation is that? Traveler, what are we going to do? Should we really help this guy?
That's the spirit. Don't keep me waiting too long now.
You're seriously considering taking this job? The terms are ridiculous.
You. Last time we were here, we just kind of leapt along the rooftop, so might as well look around the edges. Tromp, 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 tromp.
Halt, you two!
Huh? What did we do?
Miss Hiragi has a letter for you. She insists that you read it immediately.
A letter? Quick! Let Paimon see!
A lightly perfumed letter. Would that I could convey this letter to you in person. I apologize for the hasty means by which this letter has come to you, and I hope that it hasn't left you feeling perplexed or perturbed in any way. This is my first time extending an invitation to an unknown outlander after all. It is mere coincidence that our paths have crossed. Therefore, I hope that you would be so courteous as to meet me tonight under the glow of the resplendent moonlight. Moonlight. Please do not fret about the retainers and bodyguards. I will ensure that their attentions shall be elsewhere. I look forward to the pleasure of your company. Yep, there.
So this means she wants you to secretly meet her at night? But you didn't seem surprised at all by this. What's going on? Paimon knew something just didn't seem right about him. Let's ask her tonight and see what she has to say.
Ragi Sato. Have to see what it ends up like.
You finally arrived. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hiragi Chisato.
I mean, so far I'm just in the part where they pretty much dump exposition on you as you're encountering a new area.
This is technically the second time we have met. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Wow. She's the daughter of the Hiragi clan, all right.
No need to be so formal. I've long marveled at your accomplishments, and at last we have the chance to meet.
Is it Paimon, or does something seem a bit off here?
Well, I mean, it's good that their guards are absolute garbage.
The reason why I wanted to secretly meet you here is, well, I feared that I might never have another opportunity to discuss this with you.
Like, she says, like, oh, I'm going to ensure that the guards won't interfere. Wouldn't her going there and saying, like, hey, I'd like none of the guards to be around this particular spot at this particular time of night, set off all the red flags?
Discuss what?
I should like to ask for your help with delivering a letter.
They're doing pretty good with the expressions on the traveler's face during this.
Like father, like daughter. Couldn't you be more original?
No, you misunderstand me. Please, allow me to explain. I was hoping that you could deliver a letter to Narukami Island in my stead. It is to be given to Kujo Kamaji of the Tenryou Commission. My father has always forbidden me from communicating with him. He knows that there are prospects for my marriage that would better serve him politically. But my heart is with Kamaji. There is no one who would dare defy my father's will on Rito, but you are Outlanders. Outlanders seeking to get to Narukami Island. It would be regrettable to let such an opportunity pass.
Oh, Paimon gets the whole picture now.
Of course, in doing so, I will also do everything in my power to help you leave Rito. That is my promise. To be perfectly honest, as long as you remain in Inazuma, my father will have no intention of letting you leave Rito.
Yeah, we figured as much. It was pretty obvious he was just trying to hold us up here.
I secretly overheard a conversation between my father and a very arrogant-sounding woman just a few days ago. They seemed to be discussing how to keep you here on Rito. In fact, it was the first time I had ever heard my father speak so respectfully to someone who wasn't the Shogun. We don't have much time. I'll tell you my plans to help you off the island. It just so happens that a shipment of goods is...
I wonder if the implication is if it's that, you know, really aggressive Fatui Herald? Harbinger, whichever they are.
Very well. I'll be waiting for you at the border. I'm counting on you to deliver my letter.
I mean, visually, we're seeing similar, but, you know, with its own flair of... What's it called? Here we go. The Minlin area in Liwa. I'd add the very tall spires. We'll see how some of that plays out, but we've got a lot of that.
If you're not sure what to do next, How about I take you on a walk?
Hold on, please. These goods are being sent to Watatsumi Island?
My lady, this is an unexpected honor. You are correct. These goods have been repeatedly requested by the Kanjo Commissioner. We must be certain that they reach Watatsumi Island intact.
Is there something wrong, Lady Hiragi?
No, as you were. My father simply has some concerns of the shipment's safety, and has ordered that myself and an additional qualified escort be dispatched to ensure safe transport of the goods.
My lady, you aren't suggesting that you intend to escort the shipment personally, are you? There's certainly—
Please, do not cause us any further delay. If memory serves me right, my father has already asserted that this shipment must arrive on time. I'm certain punishment will be duly dispensed if it fails to do so.
Yes, of course, my lady. It's just that, well, we don't know who this—
Now, need I remind you of the penalty if anything were to happen to me en route? I'm sure you are all quite familiar with my father's temperament. Do you really presume that you can fully guarantee my safety on your own?
Boy, Chisato can talk the talk. They don't stand a chance.
Quiet, stupid.
Yes, my lady. Very well then. It's an honor to have you accompanying us. Your safety is our highest priority.
Shinojo, you can't really be agreeing to this.
Well, the request is from Lady Hiragi herself. It is our duty to serve her in the utmost capacity.
Yes, but that's not the problem here.
Dude, we're in a damned if we do, damned if we don't. If we stop her and try to bring her back, then it's possible that she's going to spin a story that says we did something bad. If we take her along, then we might get in trouble with her father. But if we're out of here, then we have the option of not being here anymore where he can get us. I feel like we're way in the balance here, and getting out of town is the better option. Yeah. Like, people have said, somebody mentioned that a lot of folks believe Paimon is in there to be the player's voice, but the Traveler already has voice lines. Like I said, the fact that you can name the Traveler is largely irrelevant. And they make most of the verbal options that you have for the Traveler irrelevant as well. Like, it doesn't matter what I choose, the result is identical. Then just hard write what the Traveler does and what they say. And now you don't need Paimon around to be shrieky and obnoxious.
Well then, if we're through here, I suggest we set off at once. Dawdling will only allow potential thieves more time to prepare, no?
It just screams the sort of, like, design by marketing that led every 80s cartoon to have a squeaky animal mascot, if it wasn't like a boys' action show.
Yes, my lady. You heard her. There's no time to lose.
My lady, please stay back. We'll handle it.
Not as well as we'll handle it.
Breathe. Picked the wrong test subject.
Odds reveal thyself.
The wrong test subject.
There's an enemy. Isn't he fancy
Temple
looking?
of Wisdom.
No, my soul!
Monster sighted! Prepare to counterattack! Protect Lady Hiragi at all costs!
We'll take care of this. Stay with Chisato.
Let me lead you at first. Try becomes.
Thrusters inbound! Lady Hiraki, stay close.
By royal decree,
My blade!
I summon thee!
Yeah, it is not an uncommon problem with a lot of these games to think that they need a player stand-in, like an empty vessel self-insert.
We can take refuge in the village up ahead. How are you faring, my lady?
And you can totally have that. You can have... Oh, missing a kitty. You can have empty vessel characters, but then they have to fully be an empty vessel. And that means they're more suited to games like Fallout, you know? Where, you know, you're the Vault Dweller or something like that, but who the Vault Dweller is largely up to you. Similar with things like Skyrim and whatnot, is you have a role in the world, but who you are is completely, you know, what you do. Whereas in this, there is a narrative. Like, the Traveler's a person. Yep. Hell, and there was a scene just earlier where, you know, your character silently says her name, but then she actually says yours. So, you know, just stick to it.
I'm perfectly all right. You may stop here. The road to Narukami Island is just over there. In my letter, I've requested Kamaji to grant you a special travel permit from the Tenryou Commission. Consider it a token of my appreciation.
My lady.
So that's how it is. I had a feeling something was amiss, but Shinojo, you...
Yeah. I mean, maybe they'll reveal it later. I'm fine with that. It's that it's overall a design mechanism I don't really care for. Of let's have a nice fully dialogued game and a fixed storyline, but let's pretend that you actually have a self-insert character, because that character has no agency. They're going to do what the plot says they do.
No, Lady Hiragi would never hide anything from us, I'm sure of it. But who is this Kamaji you speak of, my lady?
I'm not afraid to say that he's the one I love.
The one you love?
No crap. Her father's gonna kill us.
Shinojo, did you honestly think that...
Yeah. I don't know, I haven't seen any further of the plot line, but it's always possible.
What? No, I was just clarifying, that's all. I would never in my wildest dreams,
It's one of those things that ultimately comes down to writers. Like, who they get when, and how much leeway you can see that they gave them.
You two needn't worry. Please, forget that this ever happened. If my father catches word of it, I alone will be held accountable.
Yes, of course. As you wish, my lady.
But what will happen if your actions here are discovered, Chisato?
Don't fret. My father has always been one to spoil me. The worst he'd do is sentence me to half a day without food, or something to that effect.
Huh. Paimon never suspected a guy like him could have a soft side.
I wish you a safe journey. I'm sure we will meet again.
Bye, Chisato!
Come now.
Quit your staring and let's get moving. We've got goods to shift.
All right.
Okay.
Whew, we're finally on our own way again. I suppose it's time we find Toma. Now, where did he say he would meet us again? Oh, right! Kamori Tea House!
Okay. So what? We can pick the little... and grab the little purple pixie things and then walk through the barrier and pick up the flower and that removes the barrier? Okie doke. Electrogranum. It doesn't seem like the Sumeru one's 100% there, but I haven't had a thing to hit yet.
Everyone hold hands!
I like that little undertone in it, kind of a rising, falling beat.
Hey!
A general crab. It's always a possibility for me to weave Star Rail in there.
I see everything!
Another test subject.
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Freeze!
No rest for the wicked.
No more!
Like I've said, the only as far as I've gotten in
Cry
Star
out my
Rail
illustrious
is
name.
past the tutorial sequence, where then you've been rescued onto some sort of ship or something like that. So many doodads. This. Tell me more, game. Okay, something like this shows up in Sumeru and the desert regions.
rain outlines your fate.
Everyone hold hands. I see everything.
Alright. Those fire flowers in some areas.
Everyone hold hands.
Body and mind.
Alright, we need to get zapped in order to induct.
Time to act. I hope we find long-lost
Those will
ancient
apply
literature.
electro to us. And if we have electro on us, then we can grab these little flowers, right? Okay.
Time to act.
It's got to be up in the air.
Body
Potentially
and
way
mind.
up in the air. Oh, no, right here. Hmm.
Time to act.
That's weird. No matter how many I snatch up, there's only the... Oh, okay. You have to move them one at a time, I guess. Let's find out.
Body and mind.
Okay, you get too far away and they despawn. Okay.
body and mind.
Alright, this is like georesonance kind of thing.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Okay. Ah. Okay, it's just a matter of hitting them to... I try to mark everyone I see, even if I can't get to it. Same from both sides.
By royal decree.
Water won't do it. Maybe pyro? There we go.
Another target tracked down by Outrider Amber.
There we go.
Time to act. Yeah.
Needs one more, right? Okay.
Treasure hunting.
Like me some
valiant
puzzles.
endeavor.
Feels like it's going to be way up in the air. Maybe you leap down from one of these
I
places.
never embark on a journey without a good book to accompany me.
Ah.
Body
One
and
of
mind.
these times. Amethyst lump. Careful, since my utility parties are just that. With the exception of the Traveler. They are, the squishy.
Curiosity deserves a reward. Quick, let's find shelter, or mushrooms will start growing on our heads.
I mean, I guess, but I didn't need that. Having some, having some pyro in the group would really be useful
Opening
for
a
this
chest
kind of
is
thing.
like unwrapping a gift.
I see everything.
But also Nahida in the Rain. Absolute killing machine.
Hey!
A favor to ask. Hey there, casemate. Welcome aboard. The Sky Kitsune statue over there. There's a ward within it that they say can only be removed by someone who has courage, values friendship, and who is favored by the might of Electro. Hey there, Samson. Those.
What they say is true. You have to see the world for yourself to appreciate how beautiful it is.
Okay, just that one then. You are the destined one. Skills and experience, this shouldn't be a problem. Excuse my rudeness, I'm Ana Chirusato. Oof. Shrine Maiden. Shrine Maidens usually wear masks. And my reasons for that. Thank you, you rude little pixie. The village in front of you is named Konda Village. There's a barrier within it that needs to be lifted. Hidden behind a certain secret, I'd like to entrust you with a little investigation and lift the barrier. Will we get paid? Of course. Those who seek to those who seek shall just reward be given in proportion to their wisdom and work. How you folks doing tonight? Be counting on you for this investigation, okay? And trial over there. Okay, I can unlock an event if I do Mona's quest, I guess. I might shift to doing that. Those events are supposedly a good way to get the tokens.
I wonder who
Okay.
this gift could be from.
Hey, friend.
Everyone hold hands!
I'm fighting Nihita in the rain.
Finally, No.
Thunder Sphere. Alright, let's try that again. Miss a couple? Like I missed one.
Let me weave you a verse.
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day. Cry out my illustrious name.
There we go. I just missed one of them during the
Destiny has brought me
spasming
hither.
lurch that we were doing there. Okay, can't remove that underbrush there.
Everyone hold hands.
Time to act.
The insolent shall be
No, my sword!
Purging transgressions.
Rain outlines your fate.
Oz, reveal thyself. Out of my
This body belongs to ice and snow.
Destiny has brought me hither.
Getting mildly distracted by treasure, but, you know, so it goes.
I see everything.
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Cry out my illustrious name.
So lose track. Liming. Ready. Drawing fortune slips. Oh. Drawing all of the misfortune slips. She can't trade externally, so her business is being ruined. After the Vision Hunt Decree came out, someone bit off more than they could chew by challenging the Vision Hunt Decree enforcers from the Tenryo Commission to a duel before the throne. Okay, that was the friend of the Ronin dude. This imprudent guy was promptly defeated and received divine punishment from the almighty Shogun. An awful way to go, now that I think about it. But to everyone's surprise, the vision that the defeated man was taken away by another young lad who barged onto the scene. Yep. That vision, which should have become part of the statue of the almighty Shogun, is now in the hands of some unknown rodent. The terrible omen.
What?
Doke.
Another bad one? No, let me try again.
Woman's gonna bankrupt herself buying fortune gotchas. There's one of the doodads. Okay, they got a blue glowy tree here.
Narukami, please. See that he stays safe.
Kind of reminds me of a similar one in Liwa. Had a lighter blue crystal look to it. Okay, this one you just dump electro sigils on. Noted. It's higher up, and it's not the teleport point, I think it was. It just hadn't vanished on the map. That's probably it. Cave system down there, maybe? Yep. Some sort of electro gate.
Body and mind. No, my sword!
As you wish, main Fräulein.
I see everything.
That's nice and all, but go up and over. Thing get.
hither.
Oh, okay. This is like the bubble around the special chrysanthemum thingy.
By royal decree.
Alright, and I can just use Electro to sort of paralyze those little blossom dealies. Just about at the end of our normal stream time here, folks. Oh, somehow one of my auto attacks actually managed to tag one of those. Like leaving any of these ungot, you know? I mean, obnoxious, but cute. Nice. Not yet, but, you know. Nice, nice. Okay. We're going to wrap up in a timely fashion today. Can't guarantee that I won't do another ad hoc stream tonight, but probably not.
I created another universe and found it.
Yeah, we normally try to wrap up about now, spectator. Otherwise, it'll perpetuate my sleep problems. So I tend to be really hyped after a stream is over. Even if it's super late. We will be playing Ace Attorney tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we will be playing Danganronpa 2. Generally the same time. So 4 p.m. US Central. It's like GMT -5 or something like that for you international folks. Yeah. I hope everybody had fun tonight. And I hope you have a good evening.